Hello everyone, alright, let me know if the sounds are okay, if anything's too loud or whatever. Looks like my mic might be peaking a little bit, so I'm actually going to turn that down a little bit. Okay, it should be better. A bit on the loud side, yeah. I'm gonna turn it down in my ears as well. And let me know if that's any better. This is gonna be forever adjustment. I'm never not gonna have to do this. I can never get my audio levels quite right without a hardware mixer. All right. Also, I figured out, I should say, why I wasn't getting Streamlabs alerts and all that, and it turns out that for whatever reason, the Arch Linux developers, or at least the OBS Studio maintainer for Arch Linux, does not enable the integrated browser using Ceph, whether that's the Ceph bin from Spotify or compiling it. So that's cool. I started to compile it using like the OBS browser, OBS Studio browser AUR one, which basically is just compiling OBS with Ceph. I just ran out of time, so we're not going to have that today, but learned that one. And today I'm going to be using Vivaldi instead of Firefox because I encountered that really annoying. I was like in the middle of doing stuff with the website, the Budgie website, and suddenly none of my requests were working. And this was before it was even picked up on, okay, I wouldn't actually turn this down even further. This was before it even got picked up on Y Combinator and all that. Well, Hacker News, I should say. So there's like no information on why, on why it was failing requests. And it turns out, or at least it seems like it was related to HTTP3 being enabled on some telemetry services, or I should say on some servers that Mozilla was using that happened to just be for telemetry. So whenever you would enter a URL and try to go to it, it would call out to the telemetry service, and it would hang. And then you would close Firefox, and it would just continue taking memory in the background until you went and killed it. So I was like, all right, you know what? I'm done with this shit. And I went ahead and switched over to Vivaldi. And also, I thought this was supposed to be instrumental music. So that's annoying. Here's a 3-hour mix. We'll listen to this instead. Yeah, that's what happened to you this morning. Yeah, so I was like, all right. Because I'd fired up Chrome, I had fired up Vivaldi, they both worked. So like, okay, so it's some weird Firefox issue. I tried reverting it to like 95, and that didn't fix it. So I was like, okay, well, I guess it's something on their end or whatever. I just really don't like or appreciate those sort of silent upgrades, quote unquote upgrades or changes that happen in the background. And I get it, like it might not even have been their fault if they weren't even the ones that enabled it. But at the same time, here's an idea. If you know there's going to be an issue somewhere in your infrastructure with HTTP3, how about you just not take the risk in enabling it globally to begin with? I thought it was the usual issue where Firefox stops responding to anything every now and then. Yeah, I've gotten that every once in a while too, but it's just been like between this and issues with Twitch and YouTube performance, and mostly Twitch, I'm just kind of tired of it. So I'll miss container tabs. They are my bae. But at this point, I don't have as much of a need to switch between, say, like Twitter accounts or whatever. Anything that I need to do, like for instance, with Buddy's a Budgie Twitter account, I could just fire up my phone and retweet or whatever. It's not a big deal. So, yeah. All right. Well, I suppose we should get started. I'm gonna take a sip of water first. So here's good old Vivaldi, and I forgot that I need to go into my settings here. I should like just write an extension, like a streaming oriented extension that literally just allows me to change my font size. I need to do it for actually, you know what, the terminal's fine. I don't care too much about that. This is better. So I messed around with this a lot earlier. Let me do this. And so I was trying to extend the breakpoints during the first stream using the create theme and breakpoints override. And I was adding only full HD to supplement XL, LG, MD, SM, and XS. And I was wondering why any of the breakpoints that weren't full HD, why they weren't why they weren't working at all. And I had to go in and I had to specify all the different breakpoint values, even though I was only ever setting full HD. And I tried that with like setting these breakpoint overrides to true or false, for removing these ones, and all of that, and it still wasn't working. So I don't know what was going on there, but I got that working. So breakpoint overrides work, and I just realized, oh my god, this is so jank. But instead of doing responsive design, I could just scale out this. I could just scale out the window sidebar thing, which this is a really good use of Vivaldi, is this window, like, and I get it, like it shows all your tabs and stuff, and I know that Firefox has that. However, I've tried that tree extension for Firefox and it is not good, and ever since I've had that, every single time I open up a tab, even after I uninstalled that add-on, tabs will just open up in really inconsistent places. So like I'll have like 20 tabs open, right, and it'll open up a new tab like in the middle of the tab stack, or it'll open it up at the end, or it'll open up next to it. It makes absolutely no sense. It's not consistent whatsoever. So that was really annoying. Anyways, so I guess I could do that. The thing I wanted to work on, this loads back up, is this right here. So this just basically describes the Budgie menu, and then on this side we'll have one for Raven. I did install boxes, so if we want, we can do that. I still haven't taken screenshots with my laptop. My laptop's still underneath my monitor. I was gonna do that yesterday. Well, actually, I was gonna stream yesterday. I was gonna do it yesterday / the day before, but was either busy or getting that booster shot. So, but we'll start working on that as well. Also, another thing I was really struggling with during the last stream was responsive font sizing. Now, I accomplished it sort of in a different way, and what I mean by sort of is that it's not a perfect solution, but it's close enough. So what I ended up doing was I pulled in, where was it that I pulled it in? Was it here? I don't remember what it was. But it's gonna annoy me if I don't. Was it in the theme provider? Yes, I pulled in responsive font sizes from MUI, from Material UI, Materials, Styles, and that theoretically makes the font sizes responsive to whatever the resolution is. So if we scaled this, you can see the font size will change sort of to bitjank. So, but if I fiddle with the factors enough, it'll scale down more aggressively. But there's that. I still might end up going the route, now that I have breakpoints working, of doing it in the typography here, of setting the font sizes instead of setting a variant. Or I might do variant and then the attribute or whatever it is. Let's see, I need containers too much. I use it all the time to connect with different accounts when developing our app at work. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, so let us make sure we do not. So I need to fire this up here and go to code. I really can't hear that music. I think the song just ended, that's why. And then go Budgie site. I'm doing this off screen. Source images, and then I need to go over to home. So I don't think I actually, oh, I did add it here. Okay, copy that over. I just realized I also don't have put all that. What? Why is it clear over here? Okay, so we added our Budgie menu PNG. So now if I go into our Budgie menu banner here, and I add the image, so we do images, we go import Budgie menu, image from it doesn't technically need to be a PNG, it could be a JPEG, but I'm not gonna worry about that too much. So we pull that in, and then we are going to want it oh right, I was messing with the stacks here. So actually I need two stacks. I need a stack within a stack. This align items is going to be responsive align item. And we'll do this. We'll just use a normal image. Alt, Budgie, menu, image. So we have that. And then for this stack, let's fire up stack doc. We're gonna want align items, flex start. And I just realized this should be justify content. Justify content. Like so. And you know what? I might not even need this anymore. If we do do this. Flex start. And then we do theme.breakpoints.down LG, so large. Center that, We might not even have the text be different and centered, but I want to fiddle around with that a bit. Is this gonna work? It's yelling at me about something, probably this. Okay, so we have this. Let us open up the developer tools. And I just realized it is not dark mode. Give dark mode was theme. Dark mode. Fires reload. Okay, reload DevTools. Much better. All right, let's see. Don't need that large. There we go. If we scale this down. What? Why is it deciding not to scale down this time? Okay, fine. We'll just use good old-fashioned responsive design mode then. Well, that's the device toolbar. But I haven't used the Chrome developer tool. How do I get to more tools? I don't think it's a lighthouse. I think a lighthouse is accessibility stuff. Oh god, console errors. Use kebab case. How about you? You need to click on the icons on the left beside the element selector. Let's device toolbar. I don't see any. The page is just bugged out. Let's find out. Does it just not work with Vivaldi? Seriously? Yeah, I figured, because if I click it, right, like it changes to like the touch stuff. Wait. If I enable it, does it? Okay. Well then, can I do it this way? Why is it floating? I don't want my panels to be floating. It's not even enabled. Oh, look, overlay panel over browser content. I literally do not want that. And it's doing it anyways. Why do browsers have to be so buggy? Like Firefox, their stupid telemetry stuff today. Why was that even an issue? Like, why should it have been an issue to begin with? And why do they keep focusing on dumb stuff all the time instead of, I don't know, pushing all of their development effort into just their browser? Josh silently trying to, and then like with Vivaldi, also it's the same deal. How about you fix some bugs, right? And you're not focused 99% of your time in the new goodies and 4 different betas of different stuff. I like my keyboard. Thanks for setting it up while I slept, Jennifer. Okay, I guess we're gonna go with Chrome. Which I guess also defeats the purpose. Okay. No, I don't want you to be the default. But then if I'm switching between browsers, then why wouldn't I? Oh my god, it's so infuriating. How about Epiphany? Yeah, I'd rather drink some poison. Now the question is, of course, my add-ons don't, my extensions don't carry over. I don't even need that one. So Chrome Web Store. Change to English, thank you. Redux. React. Just get these two. Okay, that's good enough for now. Reload. Have to do this for the 400th time as well. Okay. Now can I have my responsive design? Thank you. Okay, can I finally access this? Tried every browser, but just keep going back to plain Chromium. Well, there you go. It's an option. You're not wrong. I mean, anything. Okay, this doesn't seem to be working like at all. Let's justify content on the stack. I know it's probably hard, if not impossible, for you guys to see this. Like, it's not even applying it. This is one thing I will say I'm not a big fan of when it comes to Material UI, is their support for the breakpoints for these sort of theme stuff. Is, do you still code in Golang? Yes, and actually, it's funny you mentioned that. Let me go ahead and switch to my camera scene. I know I haven't switched to it yet. I want to test out t-shirt quality from Redbubble, because once we hit, actually let's check github.com buddies of Budgie desktop. Once we hit 100 stars, I could apply for Open Collective through the Open Source Collective. Well, I could apply to be physically hosted by the Open Source Collective via the platform Open Collective. And I want merchandise that people could finally buy related to Budgie. So I wanted to test out t-shirt quality, and also, let's be honest, just get some nice shirts. So I got this Golang one. So that's kind of cool. So there you go. Thought that was kind of cute. And also, I got some stickers. Well, I got a Golang sticker. So far the quality looks fine on those. And I got some for TypeScript and React. Yeah, it's a nice design. I actually, it might inspire me to come up with some designs for hours, or commission somebody to do it. I don't want to, like, I know before somebody asks, oh, can I submit a design or something? I don't want to do that. I wouldn't accept those for the sole reason that it kind of makes me uncomfortable down the road, where I'm like, okay, well, technically this person kind of just gave this to us, rather than it being like ours proper. I mean, I've even thought about it so much as like commissioning somebody to make a new Budgie logo. As much as I like as much as I like the current Budgie, it is under a Creative Commons licensing, and I kinda want something that's like for Buddies of Budgie, by Buddies of Budgie, and all that we could more heavily handed use without it feeling weird. But anyways, so t-shirt quality is all right. The, like, both in terms of the printing as well as the actual like thread count, like it feels like a soft shirt and all that, like it's going to be comfortable to wear. the sizing is correct as well. So that's kind of all I need to know. Redbubble is where I got this. Hey, I'm learning React and TypeScript. Are you planning to do any projects on this stack? I'm literally doing one right now. Here it is. And I think the quality is reasonable given it also includes VAT. So, and it got here really quick. So it's this. So this is the one I got. So. I mean, they offer like a lot of options here, but I mean, this is one of the nice things about companies like Redbubble, where you could just kind of slap a logo or design on something and you have a bunch of options. So if I wanted to, I could get probably polos as well. I think they have polos. Oh, maybe not. Do they not have polos? Oh, that's a shame. Anyways, so. The test was successful. However, this testing was not, because Golang is from heaven, not gonna lie. Yeah, it's pretty great. At my job that I'm gonna be starting, I'm not gonna have much of an opportunity to use Golang, but that's okay. I also won't be in poverty either, so I would say that's a much better benefit. So, right, why is this not working? Probably disjustified content. So, that's the thing. Also, it's gonna be really frustrating to have to switch between these. I will say, though, ever since I implemented the scroll up and down in the icon task list forever ago, I like almost never use Alt Tab, truth be told. In fact, it was, I'm trying to remember, oh right, there was a bug or something when I installed EndeavorOS. I'm not sure how it happened. Maybe I'd accidentally cleared the switch applications or whatever, but I went to Alt Tab after like 2 days of using EndeavorOS because I'm so used to just using the scroll up and down in the icon task list. I was like, wait, this isn't working, and it took me some debugging. I like even was like doing like window manager debugging and all that to figure out the dbus stuff wasn't even being called to show the switcher, and that's when I was like, is this keybind even set? And I'm like, no, it's marked as disabled. What? So that was an experience. Works now, but didn't work for a couple days there. Okay, so we have stack here. So I wanted usage. It was definitely row, which is the default. Adventures with non-Souls Budgie, yep. We had align items, that's normal. And then, justified content. Okay, are we gonna have to do this thing? We will. We're gonna have to do it. What? I literally pressed Control-C on that. Oh, but of course, it nuked that. Please. Go back. Also, I finally got around to updating my website as well. So if you type !setup, and it goes to my setup page, it actually shows EndeavorOS now instead of that other operating system that shall not be named. So this will be, that should be fine now. Does it work now? Oh, right, it won't work here because of Vivaldi. This? Why? Why won't it even work here? Excuse me. Okay, so flex start is set. If I scale it down, it does change it to center. It's not actually... What? Okay, what about if I change this to align items? Align items. Let's try that instead. Align items. Was justify content just not working? Okay. Do you prefer React over Vue? To be completely honest, before I started diving into React, I basically text-align center. Not when I want to use a flex box for this, but well, not when the stack is a flex box and the items that we're going to be talking about aren't necessarily going to be they aren't going to necessarily be text, is what I'm getting at. That's why we want to use aligned items. We want to use them both places actually, because what we're going to do next is, you can see when it gets to be this small, I want the Budgie menu to be on top and then the text below. But anyways, going back to the original question, before I started learning React, I basically never touched any sort of state model stuff or anything like Vue. I basically I would write everything from scratch, including state management bits, which worked, like they worked fine. I just didn't have a need for it. But when I started applying for jobs, I was like, okay, well, I'm familiar with what React is, and I'm familiar with those sorts of systems. But let's actually do a deep dive in it. So I don't have a preference of one over the other. It's just I happen to learn React, and that's because that's what the job wanted. So, and that's what most jobs call for, is the use of React plus some sort of UI library or framework, like Material UI. So, yeah. Oh, thanks for the Prime sub. Much appreciated. So, the next thing we're going to want to do is obviously mess around with the variant here. Actually, no. Before we do that, we are going to want... Yes, in fact, I start the job on the 24th, actually. So, and I just got an email today asking for me to fill out more information, but I know what it's for because I've gone to their office, and basically like they'll have a Google slide of their different employees, and like just slides with some information and like about the person. So I just need to fill that out. Like it's not a big deal if I don't have all the information, but like it calls for the use of like a big image or whatever. And I don't have like I guess you could say like a full body image of myself. Not in like an OnlyFans way, in like a normal human, you see me from head to toe kind of manner. So Ian says it's very much a hipster place with their fancy coffee machines, open spaces, and pinball machines. Yep. Yeah, they have really bitchin' AeroPress stuff. They have, espresso stuff. They have like a basket full of AeroPresses, which is kind of dope. So that kind of stuff. Benefits, company credit card that I could use. Everybody gets one. And basically they only ask you to just submit your receipts for when you use it, but you can take like your team members out for like beer or food or whatever, for like team building, or you could spend it on, you know, a new work desk, standing desk, or chairs or headphones or anything of that sort. My understanding is they technically, I'm gonna ask their HR about it because I'm still uncertain about it and it makes me a little iffy whether or not I own that equipment, because from what I read, I don't. Of course, I would like to see them try to get the food or beer that I would have just ate or drank out of me if, you know, I didn't technically own it, but let's see. So we're gonna want a direction change based on media query. So what we're going to do is we're going to do let, and it's going to be stack direction is equal to row. We'll do column or row. And Strobl was mentioning that he is not a fan of row by default. A front end web dev stuff, which is fair. And we'll do flex start with the default being flex start. And then we'll do here is if it's lower, smaller than large, stack direction is equal to column, and justify content is equal to center. Okay. And then what we need to do is update our direction here. Did you end up using my calc? I didn't end up needing it, fortunately. I figured out that by default Material UI doesn't do responsive font sizing, so that's why it was being a Pepega. So, but if it continues being dumb, I am just going to use that because that was a perfectly sensible solution. That it never occurred to me, like I told you, to use the CSS calc with font sizing. So that's smart. Okay, we're gonna need to change our font size stuff. Let's go to typography. And we need to go to variant, which is actually here technically. I'm not sure which variant this is going to be. Doesn't matter too much, but do variant is equal to maybe H4. And I want this to be bigger text, so we're gonna do body 1. Is that gonna work? That's way too large. That's way too small. About H6 here. Let's see. The font sizing is right, but I don't need the font weight. I think that's an API they provide as well. Font weight. No? Is that not an attribute? I mean, I know I could apply it using the normal SX or styling, but gutter bottom, no wrap. Okay, so we're gonna do this. Okay. So it's gonna be font weight normal. Is that gonna do the trick? Yes. Set line height 8.5. 2. Let's revert that for now to 1.5. We're going to want margins set up on this as well, or padding. I think it's just spacing. Although technically we're not going to want spacing here. We're going to want spacing on this stack. Spacing maybe of 2 initially. 4. Okay. I actually don't want it to take up the full width. I want it to take up about 80% of the width. Actually, not even that. I guess it's whatever we want that to be minus the oh, but that's gonna vary as well. What size was this? 586. So 392. That's 20%. Okay. We only care about setting the width when it's in a row. Actually, that's triangle. I'm gonna have to mess with this because we still have plenty of room there, so I don't need to use that breakpoint. This could probably be medium. There we go. Much better use of space. We are going to want padding. Padding Y. 2. No, 4, I guess. Or margin Y. Okay. Padding left 2. There isn't really a reason why we couldn't do. Well, actually, there is, because otherwise it'll be a padding plus a margin of a total of 6 on the bottom. If we don't do an explicit left, which I don't. That doesn't need to be left. It needs to be padding. Padding inline start. This should technically be padding block start. Okay. No? Do you not accept that? Fine then, fuck you. Why are you not? Does it? Padding inline start does not exist. What about margin inline start? But that's valid. I guess they just don't have it as an attribute. Don't think 2 is gonna work here though, because it's gonna be like 2 what? Not 2vh. Oh, that's way too much. Oh, actually no. That's probably fine. That variant is fine, however, we need to pick its color. So, back to Vivaldi, because I do not remember the color setting. I have to go down System. Customization, maybe? Palette. How do I use it? Picking color. Oh, it's literally just color. Okay. Color is going to be main. Primary.main. All right, let's try. No, that should work. It's a valid property. Go back to typography. Color. Supports all system ones. Color. Yeah. Theme, palette, value. Theme, palette. So it should be primary. Oh no, it's primary success. Primary success main? Primary success. Hello? Oh no, I don't want it to. Why? I don't care about dot cache. Color success. But it's within. Oh, do I? No, I have used theme. Okay, what if I do? What if I do this? Theme dot palette dot success dot main. HV says short meeting. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be living that life soon too. But I suppose I also won't be streaming at the same time, so I guess it won't be too much for a while. Alright, so we can do adjustable width. So we're gonna do alternatively, we'll do it here. Do calc. And if we're doing I'm gonna do this. Dot up large. We're gonna have a ternary operator here. So what that means is, oh, actually, and this is wrong. This is max width, I guess. So if our breakpoint, if our dimensions are larger than, I guess, medium, then we'll want to do a calc value. That'll be calc of, I guess, 100% minus, what was this that we wanted? Let's say like 400, I guess. Just because I like even numbers. 400 pixel minus, we'll do about a 20 vertical width. Actually, I mean, technically, it's really what we're aiming for is like about 80% of it. So we're just gonna do 80% minus 400 pixel. This needs to be, otherwise it's going to be 100%. Okay, dope. Zytros says, hey man, love Budgie. Do you do this full time? Or you have a full-time job outside of open source software, free open source software? That's a great question. I don't do this full time. Maybe one day, but you know, I gave that a go, trying to do it full time, and yeah, just the reality was it wasn't financially viable. So Budgie needs a full-time developer. I mean, yes, if you want to pay me 3,500 euro a month, pre-taxes, of course, to do that, then I would take you up on that offer. But that's literally my starting wage, and within a couple of years, I'll be a senior developer and I'll be making 5-6K a month. So, I mean, the reality is I would like a competitive wage. So no, I don't do this full time. I would love to work on Budgie and open source software in general full time. Even that seems low. Unfortunate, but love the work. Yeah, anyways, so I'm gonna be starting a full-time job on the 24th. However, it's worth bearing in mind, I could pay you 5K USD a month so long as I could sleep in your house and eat your food. And Eden says deal. I don't know how you're gonna pay me 5K a month, but I guess not out of the question. Anyways, where was I? Oh, right. It's worth keeping in mind, well, this is actually a poor example because we saw what that cost us in terms of Solus, but for 3 years we didn't have Solus. We didn't have a Solus developer in like full time, and we really could have done with one. Granted, in hindsight, looking back, I'm not sure how much value having a full-time developer like myself, which was the goal initially, after Ike left. I don't know how much value that would have been, given what that situation was like. But having a full-time Budgie developer would be nice, especially now that I guess you could say, unlocked Budgie 10 for more stuff, and we're going to be moving into Budgie 11, so. I only briefly saw the Solus and Budgie separation of concerns, so you are no longer involved with Solus at all. Nope, I don't have any systems that have Solus installed on it. I don't manage anything on behalf of Solus. I'm not part of the team. I left the Solus team. So yeah. But I'll just say this. I made the decision that I was going to be forking Budgie because it being stuck in the old Solus GitHub organization was basically killing it, because I was the only one that had the ability to commit to there. And as much as there has been commits in the new repository where I would have had liked to have seen them, the truth is that having other people be able to commit directly to Budgie is so great to see, and it's something I really love, and I wish I would have pulled the trigger on it sooner, regardless of the opinions of others. So I'm glad I did that. I was going to fork it regardless of whether or not Solus was going to consent to it, though, just to be completely honest. Because whether I was going to fork it and rename it, or I was going to fork it and they were going to hand it off to me, which technically they haven't yet, because I haven't gotten an email about it, and there hasn't been any official remarks about it. So I don't know what the deal is there. I guess it's safe to say that Budgie's now a separate thing, like it should have been. I mean, and like it was at some point, and then merged back into Solus. So it's a really checkered history, I guess, is what I'm getting at. But the Budgie stuff is here to stay. It's how we're moving forward, having a community of other developers and folks like Sarah, but of course, people that are ex-Solus users as well. Eben Yeager, who currently uses Solus, and myself, ex-Solus user. We have Foss Freedom from Ubuntu Budgie. We have Codec, I think he uses Endeavor OS, and we have NHV. I'm not actually sure what he uses at this point. He still might be using Solus though, but don't quote me on that one. But like we have a wide variety of people. I still need to try to pull in people from Gecko Linux / OpenSUSE and see if I could get things working there, and try to pull somebody in from Fedora to maybe improve the packaging situation there. Or I might have to do that myself, because I do have Fedora on the laptop. But yeah, that was just a complete rant. I'm not like, I mean, I know I answered your question, but I also know that I went on a complete tirade there. Okay, so this looks, it looks all right, given we're talking about just Budgie menu. This will be able to be spruced up a lot more when I finish the new internal theme, and either I implement the Budgie stuff or somebody else does, but there's a task to implement icon view, to refactor all the application menu tracking stuff. And I would like to see that even be more separate from Budgie menu, because I would like to use the same code that we have for all the tree generation and the sanity checking around that to be used in both the run dialog as well as the Budgie menu. And I would like the run dialog to be this thing that's always there, just not showing. So that way you don't have that lag between pressing Alt and F2, which is the actual keybind. This isn't like a play on Alt F4. It's the actual keybind is Alt F2 that fires up the run dialog, but it takes like a second because it basically rebuilds itself every single time you run it and then close it. Are you still planning on rewriting Abomination? So NHV actually touched quite a bit of that. Whether or not I merge in the application tracking, which is Abomination, and the application desktop, like the desktop file tracking, are kind of two different things. I'm not certain there, to be honest. Let's see, I really like Solus initially back in the early days, but as a normal Linux user, I had a lot of downsides. I'm not a Linux wizard. I could Google and fix most of issues using the terminal, but it was tiresome. Same reason I didn't go the Arch route. I've been enjoying Fedora 34, 35, and Pop! OS quite a bit. With GNOME and derivative DEs. Now that Pop is doing their own thing with a DE, not so sure if I will continue using it. I mean, obviously, if you're welcome to use whatever desktop environment you want. Personally, I think there's a lot of value add in the Cosmic desktop, which is what you're referring to by Pop! OS. Just as how I think there's a lot of value add to Budgie, even Budgie 10 series, compared to GNOME Shell. But obviously, I'm biased towards that because if I wasn't, then I would be using GNOME Shell and not developing Budgie. So, So. All right, this is good enough. Let's go here. I feel like it's fine like this. And that's a world I don't want to live in. Yeah, exactly. So if we do this, it's not, what? This shouldn't be happening. Where's the max width being set? %, minus 400 pixel. But I have it for only the... Oh, how am I gonna accomplish this? I think I need to use media query. Or can I use it here? I don't actually know. Okay. But then that doesn't work. Oh, no, it's actually because I did this max width. That's why I know that worked. So now if I go down, there we go. How will the incoming changes to GNOME Shell and libadwaita impact GNOME derivatives? Then GSO says, well, Budgie and Cosmic are detaching from GNOME, for example. Yes, so obviously there are some things that we can do to make the difference between applications that are going to be adopting libadwaita and Budgie itself less jarring. For example, one of the things that is on the to-do list in the issue tracker is demystifying the theme selection. And this includes the implementation as part of this, because it kind of ties into both theme selection and dark mode, is enabling the free desktop dark theme preference spec, or I guess you could call it a spec. It's loosely a spec because it's like Elementary and GNOME adopted it, and therefore somehow they think everybody else is. But I guess the only reason why I'm adopting is because of libadwaita. Otherwise, I wouldn't care. So that would at least provide a difference between light and dark theme selection, and make it so if you choose dark theme, then it would choose dark theme for adwaita apps. Obviously, besides that, adwaita apps are going to look like shit compared to normal applications that aren't using the adwaita theme. So that's just something you have to contend with, or alternatively, you just use alternative applications, possibly better ones from the Linux Mint developers or the Mate developers or what have you. So there's always that as an option. How it impacts GNOME Shell though, and how it affects us, it doesn't whatsoever for Budgie, because Budgie isn't based on GNOME Shell. It's written from scratch, and it just happens to use some elements of the GNOME stack, like GTK, Mutter, GNOME settings daemon, that sort of stuff. So yeah, libadwaita bad. One sec. For Budgie 11, obviously we're going to be switching to EFL. I have actually a blog post on that. Let me link to it. From September. I can't actually tell that's selected. So if you want to read that, you can. Zitrios. And that should provide you a bunch of background on things. So we have already, if we go to it, just go to Budgie Desktop and then go to the org. We have forked GNOME Control Center into something called Budgie Control Center, cleaned it up a bit, did rebranding, and so on. Yeah. Because libadwaita is going to be introduced for GNOME 42. But to be fair, we aren't the only ones. We're not the only ones that are. No, they have no plan because there's no Rust bindings for EFL at the moment, and I don't think they really care too much about. No, I don't think they care too much for EFL. So, but if you check the Ubuntu Desktop's plans for their upcoming LTS, because the GDK4 ports for only some of the applications are going to be landing in GNOME 42. And basically a month after that, and like, well, I should say a couple weeks after that, I think is like the main freeze for Ubuntu. I don't think they have the manpower for Rust bindings right now. Yeah. So they don't, like, Ubuntu wouldn't have the time to like rip its way out, revert things where possible. And there's none of the options for retheming or recoloring that at least the Ubuntu folks need, evidently. So what they're doing is they're deferring all of that stuff for a later LTS. See, lol, Ubuntu is doing what we did. Man, this situation's gotta be completely F for Canonical to be doing this. Well, so yeah, the way they said it, and I'll read this out, is we are currently working on updating the GNOME shell stack to the current 41 stable version. So do bear in mind, they are on 40, right? They didn't even move to 41. So they were already behind. And then we will start working on the 42 updates, aiming to get that version included in the LTS. On the applications front, we will be more conservative, avoiding GDK4, at least for the software we install by default, for several reasons. A, we don't feel like we've had enough testing for the new version, since there has been very few applications ported prior to this cycle, which is true. I was actually how to learn new programming language. You Google the programming language and you start learning. Read the documentation, watch YouTube tutorials, that kind of stuff. Since there has been very few applications ported prior to this cycle, which is true, I looked and maybe it was like 3 or 4. I was gonna say GNOME Chess, yeah. The current one, the only one currently in the Ubuntu archive is GNOME Chess. GNOME is only landing the ports to GDK4 now. Those often are not trivial change sets coming with refactoring and code cleanups in addition of the porting, which means they might introduce regressions and need more testing than normal upgrades. It's not the sort of change we want to include just before the LTS. Yep. The core applications are being ported to libadwaita, which currently doesn't allow for any theming or recoloring, which means that they will be visually inconsistent with our other components. We are working with upstream to try to get this resolved, but it's likely not to be for this cycle. I'm gonna be honest, I'd be very curious to see what they mean by working with upstream and to get it resolved, because I feel like what that actually means is we are going to rebase Yaru as much as we can on Adwaita with as minimum of a change set. So it's basically going to look like Adwaita with our custom theming, our recoloring, and then see if we could get recoloring in for these other applications in a way that it looks visually consistent with Yaru. Because that's the only way I see it. Because otherwise it's just plain going to be inconsistent permanently, because Adwaita and other themes are just not going to look the same unless you're literally using Adwaita as your theme. So yeah, it has Syrup. It says it's GNOME. They're not changing their minds. Yeah. Any chance GNOME reconsiders these major changes? No. No. Or too late now and the boat has sailed. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I feel like, okay, you should have seen the response that Jeremy from System 76 and myself got from GNOME and GNOME developers, to the point where Jeremy was harassed enough that he deleted his GitLab account on GNOME's development tracker. Like, that's the kind of stuff we're dealing with. So, yeah. Note that GNOME is working on adding a dark style preference this cycle. We will try to ensure we make use of the corresponding capability in the new libhandy, because it's worth keeping in mind, in libhandy 1.5.0 they introduced the dark theme preference. So for the applications which aren't updated, we need to check how well that works with Yaru. If anyone from the Yaru team reads the post and knows the answer, please share. But if it does, we will cherry pick the settings change to add a control for it. Yeah, and Cerbit says, wow, a dark mode preference. Good job, GNOME. Yeah, it's crazy. It's almost as if we have dark themes already. Like, I don't know, if I go over here and I go da 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 da, oh my god, oh, it's so bright. Look at this very bright light theme. Oh wait, it's not light at all. Who would have thought? So, yeah. Yeah, so this person mentions only apps that support libhandy 1.5.0, which is another thing, right? Because if the app hasn't been even updated to use the latest libhandy and is vendoring it in, it's not going to work. As opposed to, like, if it's using libhandy from outside, like it's not a sub-project, right? They're not like statically linking against a very specific version of libhandy, which some of them do, but some of them use a shared library mechanism. Those won't even work. So is this going to make a Linux fragmentation, I'm guessing, so segmentation, even worse? I mean, it was already fragmented as it was. I would say it's going to make it harder. It's going to make it harder for desktop environments in general, and it's going to make it harder for end users that want a visually consistent and cohesive experience, because we've had that up to now. So, yeah. Anyways, before this turns into a rant about libadwaita, weren't a lot of projects using these GNOME GDK libraries for ages now? We could have the same designs and more optimized versus default GNOME. Okay, so this has been sorted. If I scale this down, that looks fine. Sorta. Does this have a margin still? It does. Oh, it's this. Okay, so we need to do the same thing here. But I really only want it to be added. All right, we'll just do this. Otherwise, it's just going to be 0. Okay. that's better. Okay. But we're not doing text alignment there. So I think I should do that as well. Actually, can I do this instead? Let's try this. I remember seeing something like this. Max width. Calc. 80%. Minus 400 pixel. It's yelling at me about it, so maybe not. Because we want it as a media query. Because I don't think this is gonna, I think this is just gonna return the raw value. Let's try this. Maybe? What am I missing here? Check the doc. Let's see, at least Budgie is C? Do you mean sexy? I don't know. Linux Mint and Cosmic are nice to use too. For whatever reason, in almost 10 years of using Linux, I'm always heavily disliked KDE and XFCE, so dated and antiquated in the way it does some things. I don't think it's so bad ever since they did their move. I think did GDK3. But I haven't really used it that much either. So, how are they? Basic media query. Oh, okay. Yes, Sarah, but not. I would probably like more of the theming changes to be PRs going forward, just so I have an opportunity to take a look at them without cloning them or being surprised by. Like, I know it's all temporary just to make it not look like ass for the internal theme currently, but it still would be nice just to have that option. I will pull it down though. I think pulling it down now and restarting the panel and all that might be a little risky. So I'm not sure if I'm gonna YOLO and do that literally right now. I might do it at the end of the stream, probably towards the end, and I'll see. Let's see. Best way to kill the stream, yeah. Or like when I was doing freaking Codo development, Christ. And having to swap to TTY, and even then sometimes stuff not working. That was a big yikes. Don't I have breakpoints already open here? No. It shouldn't be too much of a surprise. Yeah, I kind of figured. I made the app menu look cohesive with the panel and Raven color schemes and fixed the weird padding. Sweet. Yeah, I figured it wouldn't be too crazy, but where? how-to guides. Do they have one for here, responsive UI? Breakpoints. Oh, so they're doing it like this. So it should work. Oh, and it stopped. I was paying such little attention to VS Code that at some point it realized I was doing something okay, and I think it sorted itself out. So let's try this. Margin inline start. Am I the only one that sometimes has those issues where it's just really slow to update any of this? Theme.breakpoints.down md. I mean, from the internal theme changes that I had seen up until the ones you made yesterday / last night, I mean they've been perfect, so I don't have any complaints otherwise. And technically we don't even need this, but we can do this text align. Let's see, my goal going into it was to take the ideas of the existing built-in theme and maintain those ideas while making it not look like ass, just in case we release 10.6 before you finish your theme rewrite. Yeah, I mean, I would like to really get the new internal theme out before we have to tag a 10.6, as you mentioned. Which would be for like the GNOME 42 support. So we're talking like early March, right? So there's still a lot we could get in, but yeah, I mean it's a fair point because I don't know how what work is going to be like leading up to that. So I feel like I want to have another breakpoint on top of Medium, so we're gonna do theme dot breakpoints dot up LG, so large. Maybe some new features, yeah. This release would be more bug fixing and well, Eben Yeager has been doing a lot of sexy stuff around refactoring the notification system, and he assuming of course it works out, he might be able to integrate it, because I know this is why he's doing it, to integrate notification badges into the icon task list. I'm hopeful, because somebody will actually be touching the icon task list anyways, that will get labels in it, so you don't have to use the old WCK task list, and we'll have the icon scaling fixed. So it will downscale more. It'll take the higher step of an icon if available and then downscale it. So that way you don't have those weird steps. But you could see like this isn't everything that's going to happen in 10.6. But these are just like the immediate things we're thinking of, the ones that are like enhanced and whatever. Basically the one filed by Sarabit and then myself are like the ones that are validated as like these are things that are going to be in 10 at some point, and carry over to 11. So we have that. We have some work that is being done by Codec on tiling in a way that isn't just side by side like it is in Mutter, which is pretty exciting. So whether or not that happens in 10.6 is certainly a question. It depends on whether or not they implement the popover thing, because as much as some individuals have opinions which differ from mine in terms of what they would like to see for the tiling, some want it to be fully applet driven. The simple reality is I don't want it that way. And as much of a dick as it's going to sound, at the end of the day, I am BDFL, and it is my decision, and I have a very specific vision of what I want for 10 and for what I want for 11. So that's kind of that. Like I shouldn't really feel ashamed of saying like, yeah, there are some things where I'm just objectively going to want this, and it's going to happen this way because I want it to happen this way. Like it's how things go. That's what happens when you're BDFL. The goal though with Buddies and Budgie is at least to provide people the opportunity to get involved in a way that they haven't been able to before, to have their voices heard in a way they haven't been able to before, and to have stuff like Budgie 10 series be unlocked, so a lot of the ideas and suggestions and stuff people want to do before Budgie 11 is out are able to at least be entertained. Like whether or not this stuff happens, is another story, but at least being able to propose it and know that it's not going to be shot down because it's within the context of Budgie 10 is pretty important to me. So let's see. Let me open this up here. Oh, I was about to try to move a Vivaldi tab over to Chrome. It looked like it might have worked. It would have worked though, but let's see. Yeah, that does look better. Yep. Oh, by the way, in case you didn't know Cerebit, assuming you're running this under Endeavor, there is a VS Code bin from it's not by Microsoft, but it's in the AUR. So you get the official Visual Studio Code, so you don't have to at least have that tacky CodeTac OSS and the terrible open source icon. Because remember, that's something we patch, or I should say, that's something I used to patch in Solus. It's always weird saying. When I used to be on the team and being the maintainer of Visual Studio Code in Solus, that was one of the things I patched. Was the icon. Do I have any experience with and design? Nope. NHV says, locally I nuked the WNCK task list entirely, but not ready to push yet. Well, it's worth bearing in mind, we can't just nuke it. Because there's existing installs that might use it over icon task list. And I don't think that we have a good mechanism. Well, I take it back. We might be able to do it within the context of having the ability to... Oh, how would we do that? Transition it to an icon task list that's generated with the labels. So I would consider probably just leaving it there. Like not nuking the WNCK task list, because I don't think it really is that many lines of code to keep it in. And it's even, actually it would be even fewer because we're not really having to do anything with it. And then just let people know in the release notes that, hey, we support labeling now in the icon task list, and it's been rebranded as XYZ. That way we don't break existing installs. All right, so this is, I think this is basically done. This one. This actually, I need to flip this around. This needs to be 90. This be 80. There we go. And then if it gets any smaller, it's like this. Which isn't perfect, but whatever. So what happens when you have to design for desktop and mobile? Who would have thought you have to compromise somewhere? My choice, though, is just doing it where the mobile version gets compromised, not the desktop version. Different priorities, because it's almost as if this is a Linux-based desktop environment, so. Okay, next one is going to be the Raven one, which is more or less going to be the same. However, it's just going to be a row reverse. So I guess technically what I could do, applet with red background and deprecated and bold, job done. Not quite the way I would handle that personally. So now that I think about it, we might just be able to, I'm going to copy pasta this because I'm lazy. We're going to do new file image banner.tsx. And go up here. This is our generic image banner. And what we're going to be able to do, we'll remove this. We're going to have image banner. We're going to have props. This props is going to have an interface. So we're going to do interface. Oh, actually, how? Let me check. Futurist. Oh, right. It's not going to be in my release notes. Release notes, my GitHub history. Browser history. Fuck. Brain, why you no work? My release notes. Jesus Christ. Okay, thanks, I guess. Repositories. Power button for app menu still planned. Yep. The user indicator one isn't going to go away. But the default panel ini would change. And the default would change for the menu. So it would be there. Right, I was looking for a source. If I go to my components and I check, I guess graceful image, yeah. So I had, oh, it was type of image banner props. And we're gonna have the image, which, what would this be considered? Not actually sure. Like, what does it even get imported as? What is its type? Go to type definition. Yeah, no type definition. Oh, I don't know what it would be. I guess we could find out. So we're gonna do image of, we're gonna do string for now. We're gonna have a headline of a string, body tech, actually we'll just do body of string, and we're gonna have the direction of string. No, not direction of string. It's going to be direction of the stack. So let's choose the same direction here. So we're either going to have row or row reverse, I guess. No, I guess it needs to be a stack direction of column as well. Column, row, or row reverse. Okay. Then I had props of type. So we add the type of here, and that infers what our props is going to be because it's a type of, it's a generic. So we have that. We have our props. So what we need to do now is and it's going to be a default of whatever we set as props.direction. This is fine. Row start. Yeah, I would. Well, so it doesn't necessarily have to happen with the theme rewrite, but obviously I would only want to happen with the Budgie menu rewrite because we're already in that code, we're gutting it, we're cleaning it up, we're implementing the icon grid view as well. So, having a cohesive experience for that would be nice. And making sure that we implement all the stuff we want to at that point. So, all right, we have this column, row, reverse for the stack direction. Actually, can I just do type stack direction? Let's go to column. And then do this. Yeah, that's so for those watching, I guess, the VOD, Cerebus is one thing I think we should do going forward is add specific class names for most widgets that are going to be used for styling. Yep, this is something I'm going to be addressing with the internal theme. When I rewrite it, I'm going to be going through and I'm going to be trying to preserve all the existing widget CSS classes, as well as adding a bunch of them. And more importantly, because we will have a documentation hub, I want to have a section there for theming. So that way you could get a breakdown of every single class. I want to have graphs showing kind of like, here's the icon pop over, here's what the classes within it would look like, here's how you would change this, like get really granular. Have that sort of information so there's less guesswork for GTK theme developers. So to promote the adoption of Budgie support in those themes. So yeah. All right, so we have this. We have all this refactoring. That's fine. This is fine. Next we have this, which is Budgie menu image. It needs to be changed to props dot image. Let's have alt image text of string. Just need to make sure we don't pull a GNOME and change it every week. I would be quite surprised if after it got rewritten, if we changed it until Budgie 11. And with Budgie 11, it's all going to have to be rewritten anyways, because it's going to be using all the EFL theming stuff, which might impact negatively theme adoption. But I mean, I really wish EFL had a CSS API, but it does not, so that's the world we live in. All right, so this needs to be changed to props dot. The simple reality is we can't continue living with the GNOME stack. Props dot body. Okay, so in theory this would work. Right, so if we instead went to our index here, we imported the images, like here, and then we have our components, so we have nav, we need hero banner and image banner. banner. Okay. And we have this Budgie menu banner. So what we're going to do here is we are going to have our alt image text of Budgie menu image. Next is going to be body, which is going to be this. Next is going to be the direction, which is going to be row. Then we have headline, which is the existing headline, which is here. Okay, and then we need our image. And let's find out what this is going to be. So it's going to be Budgie menu image. Okay, all that is satisfied. Okay, can't resolve. Oh, right, the pathing changed. Because we're an index, that means we are only one up or one in. There. Okay, so that works already. Cool, so we can nuke Budgie menu banner. Like so. We need our Raven one, which is this. I don't remember where I got that from. Go to my, I think I might just have in pictures. I do. Let's open this up in GIMP. No, I don't care about the crush. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Let's do a JPEG for this. Budgie's a Budgie. Site, source, images, raven.jpg. Yeah, I would say 55.6 kilobits is enough. Could even reduce it a little bit more because it's going to be so small. Could probably be even less than that, but so this is a height of 500 on it. We're gonna have to make sure that we scale that. Okay. Import Raven image from Raven image JPEG. We have another image banner, alt image text, Raven. Body is going to be, go to Figma here. This. Oh, how can I do the multi-line attributes? Can I just use? Let's see if this works. We'll see if I end up meeting that line break as well. I need direction. This is going to be row reverse. Right, because we want the image. We want everything flipped around. So it's going to be that. Headline. Control at your fingertips, which evidently there are some people that actually don't find Raven to be useful and would sooner rather just get it nuked. I think those people are out of their minds, but evidently those people do exist. Never would have imagined. Like even just the, yeah, so if we, what do you mean? Oh, it's just Raven, not Raven dash image. Duh. Okay. That doesn't. Oh, no. Okay, if I do Control N. No. If I do BR. How do they want me doing this then? JSX multi-line attributes. No, that's not how I want it. No. No, that's not how I want it either. Multi-line text area? No, that's not what I want either. It's tag attribute. I tried /n. It didn't work. Here, I'll show you. It treats it as a literal /n. If I do this. See? Is it not treating it? Okay. Let's see. If I do br/, I mean, clearly it's interpreting it as br/. So how do I? So we have props body. I feel like it's. Tag as HTML. DOM elements. Let's see. There's a dangerously set inner HTML is React's replacement for inner HTML in the browser DOM. Pass an object with the HTML key to remind yourself that's dangerous. So you guys want to make it even more of a pain in the ass. So not only do I need to set a tag, and pass an object with an __ HTML key. How about I don't do that and you just let me do my thing? Because it's a fucking prompt. Or prop. There's gotta be a better way of doing this, right? Because it doesn't even need to be HTML. So they expect me to... Really? They want me to split it out that way? Or at least this is the recommendation from this. Or use BR, you have to dangerously set. I guess. So if I did /n here, I have props body dot split on /n. I don't need this anymore. Dot for each have val. I'm gonna do return empty tag with val. No. Hello? Please? Please skip? That's gotta be the way to do it though. No. Okay. With white space. Oh yeah, let me see if that works. So we do this, right? We eliminate that, and then we do and thank you for that. If this ends up, of course, if it ends up working, thank you. Thank you for the suggestion. Regardless, this is white space, pre-line. Nah, it still didn't work. Good shot though. So they did it by iterating over and doing a map. Oh, right, that's how they did it. Okay. I forgot you can't do it within there, so you have to do it outside of it. So const multi-line body is equal to props.body.split, and it's going to be on /n, and we are going to dot map. It's going to be val is equal to pretty sure I could just do it inline as well. Don't I? Hold on. I don't need to take a look at that. I have my own somewhere. Yeah, I have it like here. Yeah, so I've encountered this before in my adventures. I don't need it to be. I guess we could have. Oh, you know what? No, we don't want to do that. We are going to want it to be the typography one. Is that indenting off? No, it isn't. And it's going to be val. So then we have multiple lines. So we do this. Hello? Okay, where did I break it? Oh, I might have nuked a little too much. about this? Why isn't it? So we do a map. Oh, you know what? We are doing it in here though. Could I try just doing a for each? Let's try this. I rip this out. Go back down here. And we're going to do props body split on our new line. And then for each, we're going to return if I check console. It's only adding that. Props body. Let's try this. Console.log. Oh, not one, but I guess this will work too. Oh, I guess I do need to trim the value as well. Dot trim. Wait a sec. Oh, that only has one though. What? What if I do br slash just br and then I replace br instead? I mean, that shouldn't matter, but like the one. Do I have to actually put all this on a single line? Let's see. How I think I see your issue. You should do prop and then my string with new lines instead of. Oh, okay. It's like this. See if that does the trick. And then split it on new line. Oh, I need to trim this as well. Although technically trim should work there. So it's not generating. Oh, yeah. So it is splitting. Without needing a map or anything. Let's find out. us find out. So if we nuke this, just have this. We go back in time. When things were simpler. Props body. Oh, that did do the trick. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. I wouldn't have thought to do it that way. Now, I guess the question is, can I nuke? Do I still need /n? Okay, so that cleans that up. Perfect. Oh, that's so much better. Now if I do white space. Doesn't really change anything, but that's okay. That's normal. Oh, you know what? It's because of this. There we go. Hey. Yeah, quote instead would eat the new lines. Yeah, thanks. Okay, so we need to change this. Because regardless of whether or not it's large or small, like if you're browsing on the phone, you don't need to see all of Raven at that height, I don't think. I'm not sure that there's much value in that. So I do think I'm gonna want that max width on it, or max height. Question is, do I can I add it here? Probably not, but well, I just want to see color red. Just to see if it can be done. No. Okay. I'm just thinking, how do I want to... Well, I guess I could kind of do it. What's the dimension of this? Because honestly, this is high enough as well. 600? Yeah, okay. So really, we could just set it for both. Max height does not exist. Fine. Height. I think that's fine. Because something else, let's look up an element for this, for a light box. I don't think Material UI is going to have one. Technically, we could probably do a popover. Or a pop-up or something. Not a popover. The feedback. I mean, really, it's just a box actually that would be displayed. Guess it would be kind of a fixed container. I feel like that, oh, they do have backdrop. So we could just have a backdrop that is shown. So it'd be what, use state, I guess. Import React use state. I think I have it here as well, because we don't need to use Redux for it. It's just one element. Yeah, so it's show image full, although it would be on a per nav basis, per element basis. I don't think it's going to set show image React.useState. Have you used macOS before Linux? Nope. Oh, actually, I lie. Yes, I did. But it wasn't for like professional use. I was a kid, and our school had some of the old Mac. Is it like iMac colored ones? These old things. So I remember the misery that was my second grade classroom had one of those. Yeah, I think for me it was I don't know what year it was. I feel like it was, I don't know when they came out with these. But I remember the old, what did they even call it? It was like the beach ball, like the rainbow beach ball of death, basically, when something would freeze up. But I mean, I think what we basically use is, I don't even remember what I used it for at school. It was so long ago. It was probably just some like random ass projects, but so that'll be our default state. Now what we're gonna have is an image. So actually we're gonna have, where is it? Here. Let's start breaking these up. I think it would have been just like research assignments and that kind of stuff. Nothing too fancy. In terms of development though, no. That's all been, I take it back. It hasn't all been Linux. I would say the first year or so that I was learning web dev, it was under Windows. And then I finally got a new laptop for school. One of my grandfather on my father's side, he went to Best Buy with me, and we got me a Toshiba L305 S5955, and I remember that one so clearly. Let's actually look it up. Logitech. Go to Google. Logitech. Let's see. L305 S5955. Go to images. Are they just gonna have an image of the, no. Well, we'll just go L305 then. No? Oh, no, I put Logitech. It's Toshiba. S5955. S5955. There we go. It was this thing. This was the laptop I got. And yeah, average score 57, poor. Do they have here? Oh, surely there's better images of it. That's my first laptop. I don't remember if it came with Vista or not. Or if it... Anyways, the reason why I remember it so fondly is it spent more time at the Toshiba warehouse / repair center getting fixed than it ever spent in my hands. Are you more comfortable with front end or back end? My keyboard thonks? Yeah, it's my Vortex RGB keyboard. It's not the one I typically use, but I'm still getting used to my Helidox Corn. But I have basically have one of these. It's my keyboard. Actually, you know what? I could unplug it and show my key that I made, soldering it and everything. I've shown it before, but in terms of what I'm more comfortable with, I'm equally comfortable with back end and front end. They kind of go hand in hand in a lot of places. Were you able to regain? I still only type at like, I think I've gone up a few words per minute. I think I might be at like 20 at this point, but it's too miserable to type on so far. And that's not because it's split, it's because I'm using Colmac. So this is it right here. So that's the keyboard I typically use, I guess, when I'm not streaming. I'm at 14 words per minute on my Ergodex. I feel you there. Yep, Colmac DH. That's what I'm going with as well. For me, it's definitely the Colmac aspect, and not the not the split. The split part is actually why I switched to Colmac, is because I found QWERTY to be very, I guess what's the antonym of ergonomic? And basically I'm saying I didn't find QWERTY to be ergonomic, especially with it being columnar. So going to Colmac from Azerty is a real pain in the ass. Yeah, I bet. Because I'm used to typing anywhere from 90 to 100 words per minute. So use Vim keybinds. No, I don't subject myself to Vim. All right, so if we have onClick, our onClick is just going to call to set. Oh, you know what? We're kind of gonna want a toggle function. So we're gonna want console, and can we not inject a random space there? Thank you. So const. Oh my god, it's doing it again. Please, I don't want your space. There. Const toggle, not console. I keep typing console. Not gonna lie, I'm not a fast typist originally. At most, we're 40. No, actually, if I go to is it monkey typed? I log in here. You can see that I'm not BSing. Let me fire it up here. Monkey. Oh. Type. No, I didn't use Google sign in. Sec. As I casually go back to my old Solus backup drive that I had here, because evidently this wasn't being saved to this KeyPass file. So if I go documents, where is it? Personal. This one. Enter monkey. Where the fuck is it? All right. I'm not gonna know what it is. Can I open up Thunderbird on this screen? Or is it gonna open up on? Okay, it did open up on this one. Good job. Monkey type. Verify your email. Okay. And it was, so I need to do a reset, I guess. Really? It's 2022. Stop using these pop-up dialogues. Oh no, you're gonna know my email. It's me at joshuastrobl.com. Congratulations. Can I get? Okay, here. I'm gonna change to BRB, just in case. One sec. All right, fire that up. And new password. Monkey type. Generate. Okay. Am I logged in automatically? I am, okay. Let me close this. So if I go to primary, close Thunderbird. Could hide this, okay. So if I go to my stats here, I've only had 10 tests complete. As you can see, my highest WPM 103, but it varies 93, 90, 103, 84, 97. So this was the first one I literally ever did with monkey type. And then everything else was my average. So and this is both between timed 60 and timed 30. So if you guys don't know about monkey type, I'll link it. But there you go. Now you know I'm not BSing about my WPM. So right, back to what I was working on. We need a toggle, const toggle image. And that's going to be is equal to set show image full is equal to not show image full. Oh, you know what? I don't even need this. I could literally just do it inline, come to think about it. So we'll do on click is equal to can I do show set show image full is equal to not show image full. Maybe that'll work. All right. So next we need our backdrop. So we're gonna have our stack here. So we're gonna do show image full. I think like this. I think it needs to be in here though. How do I do it? Let me check. Should have this somewhere here. You state. I will say, man, I love the. I just closed it again. Why does it keep opening that? What the fuck? I literally pressed on one thing and opened. Okay. So next we have set tab index. Am I using that? Pretty sure it's use state. Okay, let's just do this. So if it's show image full, we're going to have our backdrop click is going to be show image full. Technically I could just do set show image full as false. This is always going to be true. True. Okay, so we have a backdrop. We're not going to fart around with the styling or anything of that sort yet. This needs to be like this. Then we're going to have an image. It's just going to be the same image that we have here. Like so. No on-click handler with a height of, I guess no height really. Let's see if this works. Can't find backdrop, so we need to import that. Import. Backdrop from @MUI material backdrop. Failed to compile because we're not handling our ternary correctly, so this needs just to be like this. That should do the trick. Okay. Uh-oh. React use state, undefined use state. No, this needs to be React and then use state. Too many re-renders. Okay, this is fine now. Maybe. Well, nothing happens when I click on it. Let's trash this and restart it. The prop open is marked. Its value is undefined. What? So our initial state is a Boolean of false. On click on the image should set show image full. If we're showing it, then have a backdrop with the image. So when you click on the backdrop, it sets it to false. What's the issue here? Oh, open. Why do you need open? Open calls open. Open is required. Oh, obviously, otherwise... Oh, so we don't even need this. We could just do this. Oh, this is much simpler. You do this, and then open is equal to show image full. Then if we click, how about not? If we click it, nice. Click it, nice. Okay, so we just need to add more of a backdrop. And it's only for these things, right? Like what the very specific elements that I want. Okay. So let's do a bit more of the styling here. So they're doing a color. Is it a check, inspect? All right. So we need to change the background. Background color of RGB. Oh wait, no, it's 10x. Background color of RGBA, and it's gonna be 0, 0, 0, 0.7, maybe. You can really tell it's okay. Whatever, that's fine. There's this. Oh, I gotta crop that a bit more. I can't unsee that. There's literally 1 pixel. There's 1 pixel and it's gonna bother me too much. Let's do it from here as well. All right. Export. Raven. Reduce it. I don't need a comment that was created with GIMP. Okay. I think I need to restart it in order for it to update the asset. Just building a new dev bundle. Okay. I exported to the right place, right? Export. Budgie site source images. All right, how about I do this? rm tech rf.cache. So regenerate the cache. You know what? It also might be Vivaldi being dumb with the local caching too. I just realized. Wait, it's done yet? Come on. Webpack, why you gotta be so slow? And Gatsby, why did you have to force Webpack? Oh god, it's so slow. Finally, fuck. Whatever. I know, like if I fire this up. Oh. No, I didn't mean to do that. No. Go back. I meant to do this. What? But I exported it. Export. Wait, what? But I cropped this out. Wait, why did it... Hold on. Did my brain just derp and thought I crossed... Let me just try this again. Export as. Raven. Replace. Clear out all that. No comment. Did you check ES build? No, I haven't. Okay. So it does just update live. All right. Okay, well that's done. So now comes the trickier part, which is this banner. The reason why it's trickier is because we have a container of 1920 pixels wide, right? So we basically need something that overflows the entire width, as opposed to just a container, and that typically requires absolute positioning. Can't say I've done it any other way than having like this be a max width and then this having be full width, but I could work on these first. The reason why I'm kind of swaying towards working on this stuff first is because at least if I do end up stopping the stream and having not made progress on this, I'll at least have made progress on this. So I might do that. Half banners.tsx. Actually, we'll call it color banner. Color banner. This file contains our text-oriented color banner. So we're going to do our usual thing of importing React. This is a double space. You don't need use state though. Okay, we have that. We're definitely going to need stack again. We're going to need button. We're going to need typography. Okay. We're going to need a type of color banner props. So we're going to have our header. We're going to have our body. Button text, button ref, and we're going to have our background color like so. So we're going to do export const color banner as a React functional component of type color banner props, and it's going to be of props and an arrow function like so. We might need the theme, so I might need to pull that in actually. Use media query and use theme. I don't know if I'll need media query, but it doesn't hurt to import it for now. Okay, so we have that. Next, we are going to So we're going to do a return, and it's going to be a return of a stack. It's going to have a direction of column. We're going to have our styling. The styling is going to have a background color of props.background color. We're going to need a fair bit of padding on this. So we're going to want to do padding. You know, I would just say padding in general. I'm going to go with 4 initially. But then we're going to have our typography, which is going to match this. So it's going to be our image banner. We're going to have our palette be what color? Light. Dot light. Dot primary.light with our header. We only have one line that is wrapped. Text is consistent though, so we're going to do this. Font weight normal, that's all fine. Like so. Now our button after that. It's going to be button. And it's going to be props button text. We're going to have our button ref. Let's double check our nav because our nav has. This is just ref. Ref is equal to props dot button ref. Button ref. Well, this is not immediately, no. I know how I could do it with the media query, but it's not the biggest priority. I'm gonna have contained as the variant, and hello, mange, I don't know. I don't know how you want that pronounced. Variant of outlined. No, contained. I just realized it's already matching the color. We are. I'm gonna have to have a button color prop as well, or button text. Text color string. All right. If we go back to button color. I don't think I'm going to use. Well, actually the color applies to this background, I think. Yeah, it does. All right, so we're going to do color of light, and then text color. Which I guess is just going to be color and destyling. Try this. Primary. Okay, well in that case, we're gonna need theme dot palette dot primary dot light. All right, so that is added. We need to go to our home page now. And what we're going to have here, we have our container. After our container, we are going to have a stack, I guess. We'll have to flip it. So we need to actually pull in from our hero, no, from our image banner. Use media query. Let's see, do we already have that? Do not. So we need Use media query. And we do need our theme. Okay. Excuse me. Use theme. Okay. So under here, we're going to have use theme, and then we need our stack direction, which is just going to be const stack direction, and it's going to be use media query. And if it is of type breakpoints, or if the media query that's being satisfied is higher than, which one? Small? Like, actually no, probably medium. Up, medium. We're gonna do row, otherwise it'll be column. Const. Oh, how are we gonna do margins? Let's go stack. I need them to spread out. Space evenly is what I would want to do. And technically, actually, if I do aligned item column, space evenly. So we have set, if we have set around, and then we have center. So align items doesn't really matter. Okay, so space around should do the trick regardless. So it would just be stack direction change. Let's try this. So we're gonna have stack direction is equal to stack direction. And like before I commit any of this, I'm gonna be going through, I'm gonna be adding like React keys so it knows when and when not to do re-rendering and all that, and cleaning up some like the variable names and whatever. But right now it's just about quick iteration, which this is something that, generally speaking, unless I'm fighting with issues with something like Material UI or whatever, is something that Node is really good at, is that quick iteration cycle. And I can't say the same thing about like writing something in Go with, you know, server-side page generation, because the templating engine just, the Golang HTML template just, it sucks. It's so bad. I wouldn't wish it on anyone. I would much prefer handlebars or any sort of alternative to that. I mean, not even handlebars at this point because it's pretty slow, but I'm trying to remember what the name of the alternative was to it. But basically that kind of stuff. So we have stack direction, that's variable. And then at this point, we need our color banner. So we're gonna do import color banner from components, pages, home, color banner. Okay. Which this might not even be in the home page only. Actually, I know I'm gonna want to use it in. Yes, actually update those for once. and did update it correctly. My God, it did. I'm gonna want to use it in the documentation center, so. All right. So the first one we want is a color banner. The background color is going to be a transition. It'll be a linear gradient, linear-gradient. Did this generate it, or I can never remember the linear gradient. I want to say it's like from left or something, and then if I build it, is it gonna let me? Is it gonna let me take a look? Yeah, take your sweet time. Can I? It's an element, right? Why would they block right clicks? Oh, because it's a canvas? No. Oh, why? But what if I want to see what the CSS generated is? Okay. Glad I set this search thing up first. This was the first thing I did when I installed and started setting up Vivaldi. So it's going to be two right, and it's going to be first point of this hex. No? Are you seriously not going to let me? Wait, what? Copy it here. Why are you copying it there? What's wrong with you? 9F 7 BEB. Ideally Budgie light theme screenshots on light mode version. And dark theme screenshot. Oh, that's not a bad idea actually. Smart. Okay, and then it's 7B83EB. I think if I just eliminate all this, that's fine. Yeah, I guess it's background and not background color. Okay. I mean, I kind of figured it was this. Just wanted to make sure though. Okay. So we have built by the community. This is going to be header. I have the text here. It's just going to be button. No, it's going to be body. Long ass body. But that's just how it be sometime. It do be like this. I don't know why it's complaining about that. But so we have background color, we have body, we need button ref, and this is going to be to, I'm not actually sure what this is going to be to yet, because we haven't set up any of the docs yet. So, but it's gonna do the same thing that that one other project at that other place did, by that one genius that made the initial help center and was gonna work on the help center again. it was just a help center article for getting involved. It's how it's gonna be this time around. More potatoes. Nice. Cerbit says my brain occasionally produces ideas that aren't complete drivel. Nice, yeah. So we have to get involved. And that's gonna be button text color. And it's gonna be that. Okay. All right. Next, we're gonna have another color banner. A background color, linear gradient to right, and it's gonna be this to this. Body. Button ref is going to be unknown. Button text is going to be get Budgie. Button text color is going to be probably this one. And we're going to have header. So, Eden, how are you liking that keyboard of yours? Did I make a good call there with it? Background. Can't read property of dark. Who said anything about dark? So can you hear my keyboard from your room? Not with my headphones on at the very least. I mean, here, type something, I'll take off my headphones. I mean, yeah, but it would require me to have my headphones off, which I just don't do, so. Thanks. I mean, you didn't need to send what you were typing, but sure. Why is it... I'm gonna just type light. See what happens. It is light, right? Color. All right, I'm just gonna do inherit. Or maybe none. We'll do this. Background, color of theme, dot palette, dot primary, dot light. Okay. It's doing box shadowing that I don't want. And the radius is not as aggressive as I want. Can I just do that globally for the buttons? Yes, I can. Okay. So what I can do instead, I'm so glad they're using a button as a reference. Let's open up our theme. And what I want to do is under a components, we're going to have a MUI button. We're going to have a root. And then within that root, if I go to get Budgie, we are going to have a thicker border radius. Right? Oh, it's style overrides. Style overrides. Okay. Now if I go back here. Oh, it did work. Okay, so if I scroll all the way to the top here and remove the border radius from here. Hey, nice. Okay. It doesn't need to be that large. We can add size large here though. Okay, that is looking better. The text for the entire stack of the color banner. Color needs to be this. Okay, we are going to need, I need to drop that. So it's padding and then spacing. Eden Prum's my wife. Ooh. What? Why is it doing it like that? But not here. Color. Parrot. Okay, good. Let's go. Where is it? Box shadow 0. Done. Okay. I don't even like it when it's hovering over it. I mean, we kind of need something to indicate your... Well, not really, actually. Because the cursor does change. I was about to say, and I think people are smart enough to realize when they hover over something and the cursor changes to one that indicates it's clickable, that they could click on it. But, well... I've also had to deal with people, so... I somehow never got the memo. I figured it was better to ask than to assume. Yeah. That's alright. Not everyone knows, evidently. Oh, it might just be disabled elevation. That might be it. If I go to... How do I do it? Here. Default props. Disable elevation is true. So that way it's disabled by default. Oh, there we go. That fixed it for me. Oh, that's a great question. I'm not going to read that out for the VOD, but Ian, do feel free to answer that one. You're welcome to give some perspective, and this is a reference she'll understand, but don't do it like Terry did about PvP and SO, okay? Alright, what's the border radiusing I have set for this? 25. Whatever this 25 magical value is. So we're gonna do border radius 25 pixel for EM. That's, I feel like that's too aggressive. 2 EM. That's not enough. Oh, actually it might be. I feel like it just looks off because this is taking up as much space as it can. I don't really want that. So let's go to stack. Let's do, I'm gonna do justify content. I'm not a coder, so when he goes into detail, my brain starts tuning out. This is true. Space around. Oh no, the space around should be the TSX file for the homepage. Service says my girlfriend and I were just talking about that. She does the same thing. You know, you and I understand. We get used to it. It's just, we just accept it. It's still nice to like vent about this stuff though, even if they don't understand. Because at least they understand I am frustrated, right? Therefore, they should at least care somewhat about it. So can we not do... Can I pass in styling, supplemental styling? I mean, I guess I could technically. How do I want to do this? All right, so if we do width of 50%. And with the 50% here. Okay. That's obviously too much for both of these. So width 40, 40. 40 VW. 44 VW. Thanks. Yeah, YouTube was. Are you still listening to this? I am. Yeah, I told her, I was pretty excited about this. I'm like, oh my god, I know somebody in the Souls community that literally works on StreamCord. Like, how cool is that? I mean, he doesn't anymore, but it was cool. It's cool at the time. All right, so this is just all kind of so jank. Oh, I don't know. It's certainly possible. We need a font weight. Font weight. Oh wait, no, I think they just support font weight, right? Font weight bold, maybe? They do. Okay, in theory, this should be able to be margin lock start of auto. That should have worked. Oh, but it's being overridden by, by the spacing. Is that right? If I did, I could do it here. I think I could just do py. 1 vh. Can I do it here? So the indenting on this is off by 1. Okay, if I do py, hopefully this works, and I could just do a value of 2. And that is basically padding top and bottom. Didn't do shit. I left the stream record staff on the same day I left Source, but I'm still in the staff channels and they're still using what I made. Yeah, man, that must have been really weird for you. All that, like, responsibility that you had. Like, you probably had the same sensation I had, where it was almost like a weird sense of relief in a lot of ways. It kind of just washes over you. Like, all this responsibility and weight on your shoulders just kind of gone. It was such a strange sensation. Why you know work? I mean, fine, I'll just do padding of 2vh 0. That kind of works. I kind of prefer it with 2, actually. These don't need to take up the entire width, though. I don't know why they are. Could set it to max width on the buttons. But I feel like they're just, let me check first. There must be some sort of, here, full width. I mean, it should be off by default. Excuse me, what the fuck? Well, fine then. I'll do this. Max width of max content. There. All right. I'm still manually setting the max vertical width on these, though. So I guess what I could do is, oh, can I do it for, let's see, material UI, apply CSS to children. Theme. I don't want to have to use it as a table, though. No, I refuse. let's find out if I could do it my way or if I have to do it their way. So if I do styling and I do this is going to be color banner. Max width 40 VW. Please work. That's a stack. I guess I'm not really applying a class to it. React component set class. Class name. So if I go up to this, aim. Did it work? Oh my fucking god, it did work. Oh, I'm so happy to see that. Okay. Nice. So now what we can do is, let's move this to this one. Okay. It's not what I wanted. I wanted it here. Merge my groups. What do you save? Just close the entire group, for Christ. Okay. So we need stack direction. And we're gonna want, so let's rename this. So stack direction is gonna be changed to color banners stack direction. No. Okay, that's probably good enough. No, there we go. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Next, we're gonna have const color banners. Component max width. And it's going to be used media query. So if it's greater than medium, we're going to have 44 vertical width units. Otherwise, it's going to be 100%. And then we're going to use this here. Okay. Now, if I go over to where responsive design actually works, refresh this. Okay, start scaling it down. That looks fine. That looks fine. That still looks fine. There. Okay, we're gonna want padding on the bottom of the stack. So let's do padding bottom 2vh. Oh, you know what? No, it's within each individual item. So we're gonna want it, I guess, in our color banner. No, actually, because then we're not going to be able to control it when we add it to other stacks, so we are going to want it here. Padding. Let's see. Maybe not last of type. Can we nest it? Padding bottom to VH. Oh, but then okay, it's just gonna have to be on both. View per width, yeah. I think I said view width, not view per width, yeah. Oh, not padding, margin bottom. Or Norgrub, if you have an off by one. There. Monk S. Oh, margin bottom. Christ. All right. That's fine. I don't like how the first isn't all the... I feel like that's an... Let's see, am I just using the wrong spacing on the stack? I feel like I might need to be... Space evenly? Let's try space evenly instead. Just if I can go to space evenly. Nope. I said vertical width. Yeah. Yeah, definitely VW means vertical width. Jesus. That's the new word for height. Vertical width. Fucking hell. Such a dumbass. Vertical width. The space between. There we go. Space between. Okay. I could probably increase the width slightly as well. There. Okay, now we could start figuring out what we're going to do about this. So that is going to probably just be, let's see, start playing around here. If we open up components here, go to container. Yeah, so it's using width. Oh, is it just using padding for everything instead? If I do that. No, it is doing max width as well. Okay. Well, for this, I might need to have a couple containers. Maybe. Let's see. Draw outside container. I just want to see if they have something fancy. It's just divider. I think it's just a horizontal rule. No, I think I'll just have to have a couple containers. Okay. So we're going to do this. We're going to have one. We're going to end the container here. Have another one here. And this is where we'll have our... So that changed nothing, which is good. So next we're going to want our element here. And that's going to be our make Budgie your own one. So it's going to be called personalize.tsx. Personalize. So we are going to want to pull in. We don't really need to pull in everything from React. We'll need media query and use theme. We'll need a stack and typography. Okay. And you know what I'm gonna do? I'm going to actually add a component called lightboximage.tsx. This file contains our lightboxed. My O key is not working. There we go. What? Okay. And before I just switched my other keyboard because literally the keys on this one doesn't work. Lightboxed image. Okay. So we're gonna refactor all this stuff. We need backdrop. Okay. So we need export. Oh, you know what? We're going to need an interface as well. Lightbox image props. Oh, there it goes again. Lightbox image perps. Lightbox image props, so it's going to be of props. Okay, we are going to have this. Next, we're going to use our, oh, we don't really need to use our theme here. So use state we do need. React we're obviously needing. We need to basically have a returned element of empty tags, the image, and then the backdrop. Oh yeah, I guess we could have the alternate text as well. Clean this up, clean the indentation. Much better. Okay, so let's do alt image text of string. Height number. What was the nullish coalescence? Vlad, hi, do you read chat? No, I don't read chat at all. TypeScript nullish coalescence. I guess it's technically, is it optional chaining? Can I have the actual documentation for this? Okay. This could be height, or it's going to be, I guess, What would I have it as? Oh, sorry. I'm gonna go to the pharmacy now and swing by the store. Do I want anything? That's a good question. What are we having for dinner? We have height here. We need to do this. Auto, I guess, here. Can you give me a Kit Kat? The chicken salsa stuff. Okay, that's fine. No, I don't really think I need anything. Oh, well, maybe some chips. Some nice chips. I mean, are you going to K-City Market or the super one? I guess is it Gold Market or... I mean, I think that one actually might have Kit Kats. So it would be kind of funny if you actually got a Kit Kat. I took a picture of it and I ate it and then took a picture of the empty wrapping. If they don't, I know they have the Reese's peanut butter cups. So that's an option if you want to give me that. Would be kind of funny though. Hey, the Markham, welcome. All right, so this should work. Now that's been refactored. So what we could do instead is in our image banner, we can go ahead and import our component. So our components, I'm gonna do import on our lightbox image, up a directory, lightbox image. Oh my God, there we go. Okay. So you have all that. Why is this? Okay. And then instead of this, what we could have is our lightbox image. And then we'll have alt image text as the normal props.alt image text. We'll specify our height as usual. And then we'll have our normal source. Technically, what I'm doing is prop drilling, but it's such a minor amount of prop drilling, I don't really care. I'm not too worried about it. Can't resolve // Well, yeah, I guess that makes sense. It's up another level. Okay. So this should... Lightbox image. Why is it? It's up 2 levels, right? In components. Oh. Hold on. What's this? Is this a look at? Let me move this over here. Your first look at System 76's Rust-based desktop experience. Cosmic components. Let's see. All right. I know they've been using quite a bit of Rust stuff already. New Cosmic doc is largely identical to the one in the current versions, as are the Cosmic app library and the Cosmic launcher. Not one-to-one clone of the incumbent GNOME counterparts is very clearly trying to be the same, do the same thing. So they have their normal app launcher. God, what are they doing for the theming there? Oh, this is nasty. Is it not the same thing though? Hold on. Cosmic settings. Widgets. Oh, might not be. No, it isn't. Oh, they're using GTK4 though. Kind of figured. So it's not it's not actually GNOME Control Center at all. Why would they want to replicate GNOME Control Center then? That's what I want to know. Out of all the things you would want to replicate, it would be that. I mean, I get it if they wanted to just try to do a drop-in replacement. I mean, it's kind of weird that they aren't showing the panel in this, but, you know, fair enough. Oh, cool. I mean, congrats to them for at least porting it over to Rust. I'm sure that's got to feel pretty good given they've been using... Wasn't Cosmic basically... it was TypeScript, wasn't it? Sitting on top of it. Yeah, the shell here. Their existing shell is TypeScript. So moving that over to Rust must feel pretty good. So props to them on that one. Why is this? Does not have a default export. Well, your mom doesn't have a default export, does she? So if we do lightbox image export, we do a return. I'm not doing it here. What? So it's not pulling in the image. I'm very confused. Let me restart the run develop. They're doing desktop environment speedrun, yeah. Height. Oh right, I guess we do want it to be or string. And actually, we don't want it to be number at all. Source. Image. There we go. All right, so that's been refactored, which is good, which means we'll be able to use it in the strip here as well. So let's go ahead and start getting to work on that, I guess. So we're going to create a new subfolder in images called personalize. We don't really have any images there at the moment. So I'm almost tempted just to, wget that Ubuntu one and throw it there for now. What do I want to do for... Because we had talked about a carousel, right? I'm going to mute. Just heard the wife leaving, so. What was I going to say? We talked about potentially using a carousel or something to that effect for the images. Or like one of those slider doodad things. I don't think they would have one of them. They do have steppers though. And pagination technically. I mean, I could just do it using the useState. That would actually work just fine. I guess the question is, would we want to try to present, if I go back to the mockup, right? Multiple images side by side, or just one with buttons to go left and right or whatever, and show one image at a time. Because on mobile, you have to think, we're gonna have to have that pagination to begin with anyways. But on desktop, what do we want to do? Because I was thinking we'd probably have like 3 images in total. But then we start getting into the whole like, oh, well, if it's like 1920 by 1080p, you know, how small are those images going to be? What's sort of the max that we want to display as? Or do we just want like a larger image that we display, you know, like this size, and then just have a thing to switch between them? If any of that made any sense, I don't know. Don't think anybody cares. Nobody's typing anything. Which is fine. We could do just pagination. What was the question? The question is, how do we want to present multiple images for this personalized banner? Because here's kind of the dilemma we're at. We're gonna have to do pagination on mobile regardless, because we can't display like 3 images side by side, right? Yeah. And technically on desktop, we could try to figure out a way of displaying multiple at a time, and then I feel like 1 image at a time might be easiest initially. An auto switch. I should just look up if there's something that already exists. PMJS. Carousel. React Image Gallery. Look at Embla Carousel. If Material UI doesn't offer a component for that, yeah, okay, you both mentioned it. All right, fair enough. All right, so there's these. Well, I mean, yeah, I could do it this way. Variable width. Let's see. The images themselves wouldn't be variable width, but maybe the... I kind of like this one. The variable width one. Because you get a peek at all the others. Yeah, it did say it supports mobile, so if it supports mobile, I would presume it supports touchscreens as well. So we would need to style it ourselves, but that's probably fine. Okay. So we have the API. So we have guides here. And we could do that just with some SCSS. It's like, that's fine. Previous and next buttons. Okay. Let's try pulling this in. Thank you for those suggestions. Yeah, it seemed like kind of just perfect, so why reinvent the wheel? Nice, only 40 vulnerabilities, and they're basically all in Gatsby as well, because that's the way the world works these days. Can I also want to add Yarn to this project. I just prefer that as the mechanism for upgrading dependencies. All right, so let us implement, I guess, a banner for this. Personalize.tsx. Yeah. Oh, it already exists. I'm done. Okay. So we want to implement that with the various distros. So I was thinking that, as well as firing up either GNOME boxes with Solus in it or Solus on my laptop, and just tinkering around with Budgie, you know, having the Budgie doc at the bottom, which I've kind of thought about instead, because if you think about it from the perspective of Ubuntu Budgie, if I go to it, this is Plank at the bottom, so it's not really representative of what you do with Budgie itself, but rather it's representative of what Ubuntu Budgie is deciding to do with the doc, which I still find it weird that they're using Plank instead of an icon task list, especially given you can make them transparent. Anyways, whatever. Not my operating system, so don't care. So it's possible we could display that. Plank has less bugs, sure, but we could also just fix the bugs in the icon task list. So, but the code base is a mess, yeah. GSF says, I really liked Ubuntu Budgie reviews recently, but I don't like Ubuntu. Well, you could get pretty close just by installing Endeavor and installing Budgie extras from there and installing Plank. And then you have all the niceties of like Endeavor OS and Arch Linux as a base. And then all the Ubuntu Budgie stuff you would want. So I will this year. Well, I'll have you know, it only took me like 3 days to move over from Solus to Endeavor OS. And 2 of those days, a day and a half, was like me fucking around with Elder Scrolls Online. Otherwise, it was pretty simple for me to set up. Granted, I literally rsynced my entire home directory over to my other hard drive and then copied stuff over from there. But anyways, I digress. Okay, so let's start making this. What I do, const personalize. We're going to call it personalize banner. It only took me 3 days to go back to Solus after testing elementary and Pop OS. Yeah, maybe that's like the magical number of how long it roughly takes to adjust. And make sure everything's installed. Especially given using Yay and Pacman and all that, with how you have to like select the number for what you want specifically. Is kind of a pain in the ass. I'm sure they have a flag where you could specify the number, or you could get more granular with exactly what package you want from the AUR, and then you don't have to think about that. But my install script for Solus had basically existed for 5 years or something at that point. So yeah, but if you're getting stuff from if getting stuff from the AUR, then you don't have to technically use Yay, but Yay is kind of the go-to. So my system is installed in 2 seconds. Just install VS Code and it's okay. Yeah, for me it was like installing like 40 million different applications, making sure that Nextcloud is synced, and then once it's synced, it sets up the symlinks, so everything is symlinked into my home directory, and pictures and videos and documents and all that kind of stuff. And then it copies over my SSH and GPG keys from my local network share, my Samba share, so I don't have to think about any of that. And then it chmods those, and ch owns them to make sure that SSH and GNU PG aren't yelling at me about permissions. And then the Sol stuff was like, it would clone the repository if I didn't have a copy of it already, set up Sol build, set up the local profile for it, and all that kind of stuff. So it would be like a 30-45 minute install for all of that. So of course it would have been shorter, except I would always have to rate limit how fast I was cloning from the Sol's development server. Otherwise Fabricator would shit itself, and then everybody else would get cranky at me because like there would be database timeouts and like read timeouts and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, true story. You could pretty easily bring that down, evidently. All right, so we have this. Is our props? So let's do a return of a stack. Return of a stack. All right. And you never have to use fab again. Yep. Small blessings. So we're gonna have typography. We're gonna have a variant of H3 at first, maybe. Make Budgie your own typography. You know what? I want these both to be aligned center as well. That's the way I do it. Can you recommend a book or maybe a course for learning JS? I cannot. I learned JS like, oh god, I don't even know how many years ago. 13, 14 years ago. And I don't even, it must have been like a book for web development that was around PHP and JavaScript, of where I initially learned it. And then it was like W3 Schools and MDN. I would probably say maybe, see, does Mozilla have a thing for it? Let's see. Let's check. Mozilla reference guides, learn web development. Let's see. If you already know HTML, then, oh yeah, I guess Code Academy probably has one. Not sponsored. So there's like this. Apparently Code Academy has something. I don't do any of that. Even with TypeScript, like they had very little documentation when I was learning, when they just had announced that build in 2010. So eventually you just get used to reading the API documentation. So it's paid, but I have heard good things about this course. It's beginnerjavascript.com. I've heard the Odin project is good for JavaScript and front-end stuff. I can't say I've ever heard of it. That's good to know. Oh, this is going to be another one of those places where I'm going to want... Can I do this? Let's see. If I do this, I feel like home, because I want a hard new line. No, let's try to do without it. Yeah, I wish I could be more helpful with that, but like I said, I learned it like 14 years ago, so. Well, I should say I started learning it 14 years ago. That the web development ecosystem is always changing, so you're always having to learn something. And try not to like have a bunch of FOMO about it either. You don't need to learn like Flutter plus Dart plus React plus TypeScript plus TSX and JSX plus Bootstrap and jQuery and jQuery UI and Alpine.js and Vue and Angular and all that kind of stuff. Just like try to focus on a few things. So that's probably the best advice I could give you. See, 0 to mastery as well, but I don't know how good the courses are overall. Just heard that the advanced GS course is good. Oh. So they're using a good old div. Okay. Const embla ref is use embla carousel. They do have options, so we might want to take a look at those. And then we'll have... What are we going to want for this? Oh, you know what? We're going to want a container within this as well. Import container from MUI material container. And this could actually just be a max width of... Could do something a little cheeky here. That's 800. What are our breakpoints? I can never remember. MD. Do something like this, right? Okay. Oh, are they doing their own custom buttons? We'll see. We'll see if that's what they're doing. First I need images though. So I guess what I'll do is pull in the Ubuntu Budgie one. Which I don't remember where did I download that even? Check my downloads folder. Which evidently is not sorted by... Why would I want my downloads sorted by last modified? I feel like I did download it. Is it our site mockup? opened up in GIMP, didn't it? Did. Okay, well, we'll go ahead and I guess copy pasta. We'll call this one Solus for now. I will go to Ubuntu Budgie.org. Open image. Wonder if they have a bigger image. That's. I like how I could literally just ping Foss Freedom and just ask him, but instead of doing it this way. Set size full. Can't click on it. But I feel like they're probably using WordPress for this. They probably don't have folders exposed. What if I just did this? Damn. Okay, you know what? This will be fine for now. Copy image address. We're gonna push the source images, personalize wget as Ubuntu Budgie.jpg. Popd. Okay. So under here we should have Solus and Ubuntu Budgie, which will be a good start. All right, next up we have individual slides. So we have a viewport ref. All right. So they have keep snaps and dragging. Ooh. Fun. Even if I don't like how the Ubuntu Budgie folks theme Budgie, I appreciate how much work he, as in Foss Freedom, has done upstream. How much work he's upstream. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I think they've been a lot better at that the last few years. I would say probably since 2018, to be honest, /2019. I think there's still some work that could be done on consolidating some of the applets, but I feel like a good launching point for that is the issue that I filed to try to evaluate what can be merged into mainline. So hopefully we'll make some progress there. If not, I'll just implement the functionality in the default applets anyways, and then that's that. So yeah, overall I would say I really appreciate all the work that he's done. So I had a sneeze coming on, so I had to stop my train of thought. Anyways, especially with all the mutter patches that they've done, with some of the tweaks that he's done to Debian, and of course, you know, that's out of self-interest to a degree for him, and that's okay. You know, I think a lot of FOSS work is out of self-interest, or because you're scratching your own itch, and that's a perfectly reasonable approach. I mean, I would say that my work on Budgie is scratching my own itch as well, because I like Budgie, I like Raven, I like the fact I proposed Raven, and it's still in, and it's not going anywhere. You know, it's definitely gonna stay put. And, you know, it might morph depending on what view you're in Budgie 11, but it's still going to exist. I like its simplicity. And then, you know, expanding, when I was in Solus, I liked a lot of aspects of Solus. And obviously I tried to do my best in a lot of places. So before I forget, we could potentially rewrite Budgie desktop view in EFL before we start Budgie 11 as practice. Yeah, so I was thinking about that as well. I need to see like when I would implement, I would need to see, or I should say when anyone implements, it doesn't really have to be me, of course. As like a branch off the side, how different the theming is going to be compared to the theming in GTK. It shouldn't be too bad because you're mostly seeing icons and labels, and you only really get exposed to that difference in theming when you right click on an item, and I don't really know how many people do that, so to be perfectly honest. All right, so let's take a look at their code. So they use emblet carousel, right? They specify an object. Within that object, they have a contain scroll set to keep snaps, and they have a drag free of true. They're using React state management to control. I mean, this is kind of what I was going to do for setting the previous button enabled and setting it to false. Now the question is, let me go back to here. So they have options. I want loop. I just want it to loop. Drag free. Okay. Because then I don't think we need to worry about whether or not the back and forward button are going to be enabled. So we don't have to worry about that. I don't know what their use effect on item select. It's not doing anything. Oh, I guess when an image is selected. So like if I go here, it triggers the select event, which then triggers on select. If not embla, oh, then it sets it. Okay, right. So it's checking if embla is defined, and if it isn't, it returns. Otherwise, what it'll do is check, can we continue scrolling, and it'll adjust. So we don't need to worry about this because we are able to scroll previous, scroll next. We don't need to worry about state. If we just do loop is true. We're going to nuke this and nuke this. Okay. Enabled true. So they need to be explicitly enabled. So if I click it, that's fine. I could just do this. And that works just the way I would want it. Perfect. Okay. These are fine. I could literally just copy these. So I need to pull in use callback from React. Like so. We have the Emba class. We need their viewport, so they have a viewport reference here. Let's check what that means in their case. So they have a method. They have, oh, my eyes are, oh, I'm trying so hard not to rub my eyes because I have contacts in. I actually finally got contacts and super great. Like I used to wear contacts all the time, but switched over glasses. And don't they have Embla carousel? So we have an object, right? Let's do a search. Okay. Okay, we're just gonna let that exist, I guess. Why is it called Embla? Oh, because they call it Embla. All right, so we need the viewport, we need a container. Okay. Within that container, we have a map of individual slides with an inner, with an image. That image instead is going to be our component. So let us fix this. So we're going to have slides of images. That's what I do. These are just temporary ones, so do bear that one in mind. To Budgie image from ... Okay, so we have those two images. Next, we're going to do a const of images into Budgie image. That, I'm going to do a map. Images.map, and it's going to be of our image. We'll call it image source. Need to pull in our lightbox component. Okay. And for this, we need a div class name. Pull in this, I guess. Something like that. And within that, we need inner. I will say it's not the prettiest looking code, but not much I could do about that. I'm gonna have a lightbox image. Let's pull up image here. We have alt image text, which is going to be the name of it, which I think we could do server side. Is import path. As path dot base name. image source. Yeah. Okay, and then the next thing is going to be our height. I'm not going to have yet. I'm just going to have image as image source. Okay. What's it complaining about? Nothing that isn't a lie. Okay, so it's can't find those. We'll see if that's really an issue. Go into index here, and we're gonna pull in our personalized banner. And this is going to be from our components, pages, home, personalized banner. Then you're going to have it here. And I know I haven't added the images yet, but I haven't added the buttons yet. All right, so npm run develop. Let's see what it has issues with. Yeah, take your sweet time. Can't resolve path. Right, because I guess it's technically like a node module. Path browserify. Last published 2 years ago. I mean, do I need it? I don't really need it. I could literally just do image source dot split on slash dot. Oh, are you gonna provide me that? Fine. String array. This could be the last item. So technically it's gonna be, just do this. Let's see if this works out. Maybe. Okay. I mean, not really. Okay. Embla carousel buttons. Did they add their own buttons? Oh. Like at this point, why use Embla carousel? If I'm having to basically write all this from scratch, why wouldn't I just do this stuff natively with Material UI? I guess the idea is because you could drag it. Like that's kind of it though. And it loops. But like, do I need the looping? Not really. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna use that. Could have swore there was like a viewport thing as well. That's data grid viewport. That's not what I wanted. Portal. I do want to see. If I go to image. That's a way I could do it. I think I might just make create like a custom image list. But I will, I'm gonna be right back and use the restroom now. So, yeah, baby. All right, I'm back. That took a little bit longer because so I used the restroom and all that, and then I was like, oh, let me get some whiskey. And while I was getting whiskey, wife came home, and she was showing me everything that she got. So Sarah bit Mister, are you there? Let's see. I'll wait for him to respond, assuming he's there. All right, so we got this Kit Kat. All right, we have one Kit Kat. We have another Kit Kat. All right. We have another one. All right. Yeah, there's a popcorn Kit Kat apparently. We have another one. It's peanut butter chunky. And the thing I asked for that she got for me is Reese's peanut butter cups. And she also got me some Carolina Reaper like cheese puffs. We've had them before. They're not that hot. They're not like Carolina Reaper hot. And I know I can say that now, objectively speaking, because, you know, literally had them on stream. So I've actually been drying a couple out. Drying some out here so I could use the seeds. I didn't know there was that many varieties either. Go figure. So there you go. You know what I'm gonna do? A little bit of ASMR. Right? I'll even turn that off for a second. Yummy. Yeah, got my whiskey as well. Hey, you asked for it. I got them. Not my fault you're not here. Very good. All right, I'm going to rip all this out. Actually, technically not all of it. This I'll keep. This I'll rip out though. Because truth be told, I was not impressed with how much of that crap I was gonna have to do myself. We'll probably need state management of our own, but that is okay. So that's npm remove, or is it npm uninstall? Yep, no. All right. So we need to import image list. I think both image list and image list item came from MUI material image. Really? Okay. Interesting. Import image list item from at MUI material image list item. Okay, so we're going to have our image list. We're going to copy our mapping code here, like so. In our image list, we are going to want to have how many columns are we going to want? I guess columns is equal to maybe just one at a time. Gap is fine. Row height is going to be go with 600 for now. Standard variant is fine. Gap is fine. All right, so next we have our images. For that we need our image item list. Sorry, image list item. All right, so we have image list item. Let's look at one of the implementation details for how they accomplished it for image list. So they just have a key that they specify. So we do image list item with our key here. Then we have this as our closing tag. We have our normal lightbox image that we have here. Rip out all this. Okay, that looks cleaner. And it's fine now. So if I do npm, oh, you know what? Let's do lazy loading as well. And that's going to be on the image, right? So what can we do on the image list item then? Yeah, just run as is and see what happens. Building our dev bundle, about the refresh. As we wait 1,000 years. Okay, not quite what I was aiming for. Is there a column width? What's so standard items of equal importance, uniform, so we're not going to want that. We're going to want masonry, maybe? Variant equals masonry. No. If I do height 600 pixel. Okay, now they're equal. We need this to take up. So it's a grid. I just tried the normal one first. Sarah is not happy. Not happy with me eating his Kit Kats. I thought they were delicious though, or the one I had. Should try them all a little bit. Should I? All right. Only because Eden asked for it. And I know. Let's see. You could have the peanut butter one. I couldn't eat it anyways. Eden says peanut butter is disgusting. You're both disgusting. What are you talking about? What the hell's wrong with either of you? All right, we'll try the popcorn one first. Oh no. Eden. It's salted caramel popcorn. Maybe it'll taste okay, and hopefully it won't have an actual caramel texture. All right, let's find out. We're opening it up. I'm probably gonna regret this. It smells like caramel. Doesn't smell like popcorn. Tastes very strange. You like peanut butter and don't like caramel? Yeah. I don't like the consistency of caramel. I burned him. Yeah. Eden and I are polar opposites in that regard. She likes caramel and hates peanut butter. All right, so next we're trying the crunchy peanut butter. Or sorry, chunky peanut butter. Oh man, this is so much better. Wow. It's like a bite of heaven. Yep. So what is this, just white and dark chocolate, I guess? All right, let's find out about this one, shall we? I think the music stopped. Video paused. There we go. I can appreciate peanut butter more than caramel. Yeah, me too. All right. Ooh, these even look cool. All right, take a look. Take a look at this. That looks dope. I will never forgive you for this, by the way. That's okay. I don't need your forgiveness. I need your acceptance. This is happening. All right, let's try this. Eh. This is gonna be the weirdest way of describing this. Maybe Sarabit will get it. I don't know. I don't know anybody else that's American here. Sarabit, have you ever gone to a Walmart and you've been in like the aisle that they have all the bikes and bicycle tires and that kind of stuff? I'm gonna wait for your answer. Possibly. Do you remember like the smell of like that bike tire rubber? It tastes like that. It tastes like that smell. Not pleasant. It's very weird. Eden, you should come in here and try it. Maybe I'm just going insane. Oh man, my hands have chocolate all over them. I don't have a solution for this. Alright. Oh, that didn't really help much. Well, I'm washing this shirt anyways, so rip. Full though, I just ate. You don't have to eat the entire thing of Kit Kat, but sure. Okay. All right. Anyways, so we were working on the image list, weren't we? Let's see. Is there a material UI carousel? Please. React material UI carousel. Bunch of downloads. Last published a month ago. Can literally just type carousel with that. You have items which have paper with the description button. Okay. I would probably do a slide. All right. We're going to use this. Instead of an image list. So we're going to pull it in. Oh my god, this person uses single quotes. I hate them already. All right, so material UI carousel. All right, we don't need image item or image list. Single quotes for the win. Cerbit says, honestly, the thing I'm most satisfied with that I've contributed to Budgie within the last few days is the battery indicator. It always bothered me how imprecise it was, and now it's perfect. Honestly, it bothered me a lot as well, but I'm not on my laptop enough for it to piss me off enough for me to go in and fix it. So I'm glad it pissed you off enough for you to fix it. So thank you for that. And as per my suggestion, my inquiry as to what form of testing it received for icon themes, it supports older, lesser abled icon themes as well, which will be good. So we have item. What is? So what's item supposed to be? Oh, item is just this. I tested with Papyrus and pushed it. Testing is for losers. Yeah. I just remembered that there were some that didn't support it, so I thought I would ask. That's what I'm here for. It's for being like, hey, I know there's people doing stupid in the ecosystem. Let's double check this, please. And that's that. That's all there is to it. Okay. Carousel. Okay, npm run develop. Testing is doubting. Glad you did. That didn't even cross my mind. It would be nice if all those themes actually supported it. But it's also worth noting you do still have some people that are like holding on to dear life to the arc theming as well. And like older icon themes that haven't been even remotely touched in like 5 years. I know somebody that does that. So not borking it would be is certainly ideal. I'm gonna really like it on my laptop though, my work one. I'm gonna like that's immediately gonna be useful to me when I start working, because you know I have good old Budgie on that. So, all right, so it's in theory going and ticking along. So if we restart or refresh, okay. I mean, it works. So. Tell them to move to like the 5 billionth fork of Arc. I know, for real. Just some things, just you gotta let them die. You know, you gotta just put them out to the pasture. You gotta walk them over to the farm, or whatever sort of thing you want to use. Also, can we not pretend that this is documentation? Can we actually have like even a Git book or something? Instead of just a massive README that breaks it down, like, okay, autoplay is fine. Interval is every 4 seconds. Okay, yeah, that does work. This isn't okay. I'm gonna have to set a max width on that, but that seems to work. Animation is fine. I might, you know, I might do slide, animation, slide. Indicators are fine. Nav buttons are fine. This should really be in the container as well. What in the fuck? Okay. If I drop this. All right. Max height. Full height hover. So swiping is enabled. So I feel like it's this. What if I did height is equal to max content? 100%. Because that should be 100% of the container. What the fuck? Okay, what about... Can I do supplemental? Object. No. Position of absolute. What? Why is everything so buggy? It's everything today. Like, why can't it just work, TM? If I eliminated height entirely. Height of fit content? No. So bad. What the fuck happened here? Are they doing... What sort of positioning are they doing? Position relative. I'm guessing it's the absolute positioning of this. Like what? Then we have this other item, which has this one. I set a max height, object fit, scale down. It's still cutting it off. Height of 600 pixels? Like if we just set a fixed height. What if I did max width 100%? Okay. So that works. Are there other solutions? React Slide API used by the drawer. It uses the React transition group internally. Transitions. Collapse, grow, slide. Honestly, at this point, I might just make my own carousel. They're just all doing just really, really strange things. And there's no reason for this one to be doing absolute positioning and all that either. But it is. Because it should just be downscaling and stuff. Like, I get it. It's probably doing it for the slide effect. Just... I don't know. Can't say I'm thrilled about it. Like, what? So if we... Alright, we're gonna refresh. So we have our images, right? We have this carousel. We're gonna set its height to like 600 pixel. So here we are. Then what we're gonna do is we are going to change max width 100%. Object fit, scale down. Oh no, it has to be on the image itself. It has to be this, where we have a max width of 100%. So we let that chill there for now. Scale down. Object position should be center. Okay. Now if we go to this other item here, where is it? This image. We're gonna do the same thing. Max width, 100%. The object fit of scale down. Object position of centering. So it's... What? Okay, so instead of... We just did max content. That doesn't work. Okay, what about max height of 600 pixel? Of course that wouldn't work. If you want the slide effect You'll unfortunately need the absolute positioning. It's also needed to do the infinite loop. Yeah. Okay, let's start working on this, I guess. All right, so we have this, right? They have their props clear at the bottom. They have two things. They have their indicators and they have the buttons. I don't really need the indicators. So let's turn off indicators. Indicator false. All right. Swipe is fine, animation's fine, everything else is fine. It's on carousel. Oh, it's indicators. So that, in theory, would clean this up. Styling of max height. Let's do height of 600 pixel. Oh, there's an object, so this. Which of course it doesn't want to actually do. So that's cool. Does it have a height attribute? Height. No, of course not. I would have to apply my own styling for it. Can I just use the old-fashioned style? I doubt it. We're gonna try height 600 pixel. No, of course not. Of course that wouldn't work. That'd be too good to be true. What if I did a box? Do a box here, actually. Whether or not this will actually work, I don't know. Do a box. We do import box. Import box from. Could you please do this instead? And this. Thank you. Don't think that really changed anything. Nope. All right. Well, let's try container instead. Container. Container. What if I did a container with a style of height? The technique I used back in the days is to observe a normally positioned element and resize the images based on that by fixing an absolute value. Yeah, I think that is a reasonable solution for sure. I just don't know if I need to do it that way, because at least I would like to think with the design I'm going with, shouldn't be necessary. And what I mean by that is I would, oh Jesus. Okay, well, I mean, that's a start, I think. Let's go ahead and do, let's extend, where is it? Lightbox image, SX is going to be an object, and we'll have, sx. I don't think I can apply it to this, but we'll find out. Props.sx. I didn't think so. Well, this would be a good place for the box. Box. Because box is basically just like a div in the Material UI world. So box. And then we do styling is that. Because in theory, it should just support our attributes. All right, let's see what happens. Probably nothing. Okay. Now, if I do sx is equal to an object, I do a height of 600 pixel. I do an object fit of scale down. Oh, but that wouldn't do a scale down on the image. That works. It could be based on the parent width. Or we could do a object. Style maybe. Object dash fit. Scale down. It's declared here. Does that change with JSX/TSX? Or is it expecting me to do? I just want inline styling, for the love of God. Okay. I almost feel like that needs to be a max height instead. How about image? Yes. The image embed element. Sizes, no. Width. What about picture? And this is exactly why I wanted to get these widgets done first, or those components done first. I knew I'd be butting my head up against this. Getting pretty close. Why isn't it doing a scale down? Oh, that's being applied to the box. Right. What if I did this? Image. It's being a little cheeky. Oh, there we go. Okay. Well, that was the thing. Okay, so by removing the indicator, it removes both the bubbles and no. So where did the buttons go? Yes. Well, technically it's relicensing, but it's worth bearing in mind that because we're not actually moving any code over, we're not relicensing it. Rather, we're building something from scratch and opting to license it differently. I guess if you want to refer to that as relicensing, that's fine. Just do keep in mind we're not like trying to relicense Budgie 10 series. But yes, it's either going to be Apache or MIT. Not actually sure which one. Personally, I don't really care. Just one of those two. It's like the requirement. But yes, 10 is gonna stay as GPL 2.0 only. As the correct SPDX 3.0. Yeah, version. So nav buttons always visible. Let's try this. True. Can I have nav buttons? There we go. Nice. All right. What happens when it's on mobile then? If I refresh this and I make it super small. Okay, and I click it. It's fine. Right. It's because our lightbox thing is within the box. We actually, do we need the box now? Let's find out. If I nuke that, oh, you know what? I don't need to go so far as nuking it. Just do this. Boop. Oh, I do need it. Okay, well, what we could do is move the backdrop out. And then have this wrapping around it. Because we can't return 2 elements. So it still needs to be 1. That's completely fucked. But if I refresh, it's fine. If I click it, it's not taking up. You're fucking kidding me. All right. Let's go to backdrop. could do something like this. If I click it, oh god, it's so bork. Okay, let's not worry about that yet. Position absolute. I don't think that really applied correctly. EST. Yeah. What? C index. Do the old 9999. Refresh. Fixed. There we go. Okay. Oh no. Okay, let's add another 9. And then click it. You fucking kidding me? What's your Z index? What the fuck? You have a Z index of 1. Oh Christ, it never fucking ends. Okay, what if we're gonna do one thing first. We're gonna not autoplay. Okay. False. All right. No autoplay. Just make sure it doesn't autoplay. Okay. I click it. It's fine. Okay, so it's the button. What's the Z index of this? The Z index. No Z index is specified for it. What about for this? What about for the span? Z index of 0. Have backdrop. If I set to absolute, it's Borg. If I do this, top 0. No, I mean that should all be fine. If I add another 9. Okay, what if I set the image Z index position absolute. I know, but you would think it would at least Like, like what the fuck? And then it's like broken after that. So we have our stack. In our stack we have our container, which forces it down like this. We have our content. We then have our carousel. That's within the container itself. Is it this container? How much you want to bet it's that container? No, it's not even that container. Is it this container then? So if we were to do container, rip out this one. That didn't fix it. What the fuck? Okay. What was the name of this package? React Material UI Carousel. npm remove. Fuck them. All right. I'm gonna do things differently. It's just gonna be next and forward. You're gonna click it, and it's gonna change the image. Because I'm not even sure it's worth using an image list. Because I think we were trying that and dicking around with it and it wasn't working out too well. Because it was trying to do some weird things with oh my god. As I look up another thing. I was thinking just a fade in, fade out animation, yeah. Material UI image list. Horizontal. Do they have a demo? This is 8 weekly downloads. Okay, I'm not gonna rely on this one. All right. Yeah, I'm just gonna... yeah. So I'd have an image. It's gonna use a transition. I need to look that up. So we have fade, so we have transition groups. So we have child requirements. So for the style, if you don't do infinite, it's pretty easy to carry. Yeah. That's what I might just end up doing. Because at that point, I'm just manipulating the scroll X position of of a section that has of like a div. So in this case for Material UI, it'd be a box, right? That has images within them. And then we're just calculating what the next image is and then doing a scroll X. And I'm not even sure we need to even go that far. I bet there's functionality here that we can leverage to make it even simpler. So they have fade, they have collapse, which is kind of weird. Row, slide. So they have a slide relative to a container, right? So the container is a ref to this current container. And then they have their icon, which is this. Show max volume at 2000 in tooltip. Oh, I wonder what that could have been. Maybe it was the thing that he pushed that I didn't approve. No, hold on. I didn't mean to go to my own thing. Yeah, I'm evidently promoting my own game profile here instead of Buddies of Budgie. It is probably, try reverting this. Just commit locally. Have slide with timeouts and all that. Surely there's something I could use, like maybe like experimental stuff. Let's see. So they just have date, time, trap focus, tree view, masonry. I would be baffled that they wouldn't already have something like this in Material UI. Because paper is just used to like elevate things off the page. It's a stack API. Okay. Yeah, immediately when you said that, I'm like, well, that's the only change that happened to it, so. This is portal. New subtree outside of the DOM. But what's the point of that? Oh, it's used internally by the popper model. Okay. I mean, technically there is the data grid. It might just be easier for me to implement my own box that does all that. Okay, so how do I want to do this? So we start out with just a normal container. Within that we have I guess floating action buttons probably. Can we have them relative to another container? Check fab. Component, yes. So we could have the component used for the root node. Oh no, it's for use for the root. That's not used for the reference. The ref is forwarded to the root element. Let's see how they're doing it for this. So they have a fab, right? Swipeable views. React swipeable views? What is this? Hold on. Did they just help me out a bunch? What is this? Oh god. Yellow. Developers, don't do this. Don't destroy my eyes like this. Come on. Yellow is not a friendly color whatsoever. Why not just a container with relative position, images inside absolutely position, and a max height equal to the container height? Yeah. Then you could position your buttons. And then make the images fade. Yeah. Let me see if I could do something with this though first. I'm trying to avoid writing a carousel if at all possible. Posture check, thank you. Thank you, Lucy. Much appreciated. So this basically would do it for me. And I could pull in their utils for autoplay. Have to look at demo 7. Because surely they have APIs. I could hook into their swipeable views, bind keyboard stuff, and just use that as well. Component demos, autoplay. That would probably do what I would want. Shall we give this a go? I mean, we've tried 400 million other things. I haven't given up yet. Rack swipeable view. Okay. I am gonna have to set a height, so it's good knowing that. What's this style sheet thing though? From React Native. Oh, that's with native. Browser is just style. Oh my god, you have to do an object assignment. That's how you do it. It's not a string, it's an object. And then what's okay. We have swipeable view. So we do swipeable view, and then we're gonna want autoplay, which means we need to pull an autoplay. which is fine. The issue with Embla, go back to it. Honestly, I think it was less of an issue. Well, one, I would have to implement a bunch of the styling myself, which I'm okay with doing. But when it's structured like this with a bunch of divs and class names rather than like actual components with their own class names internally, it just I'm used to stuff like this, right? Not ugly ass divs. This is olden days kind of stuff to me. That's all. I'm sure it would have worked fine, honestly. Going back to it, it probably would have been fine. I know it's such a pedantic thing to care about. It's like divs with a bunch of class names and I have to style every single thing here. But then what that also means is I haven't even hooked up Sass stuff for Gatsby, so I'd have to hook that up too. I've already fallen to the yeah, exactly. Like at this point, it's like, come on, give me, I'm already like knee deep in this. Just give me normal components and shadow DOM all day. Like just gib, you know? Yeah, that's totally my bad, but. Edit encode box. All right, so what is their demo.js? So they have a demo here. So they have an autoplay swipeable views. Nice. I like how their demo doesn't even work. Good job. All right, so we do autoplay swipeable views from React. Let's see if this works. I might need both. I don't know. Do they have a timer for it? Let's see. Animate height, blah, 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 index. Oh yeah, I guess I can just do, I can just use state and change the position that way. That's disabled by default, evidently. Autoplay, integer, sure. Let's change integer, well, interval to 5 seconds and set enable mouse events to true. And then we have end this here. Okay. Is that gonna work? PM run develop. Probably not. Come on. All right, get started. Usage. So we need to have divs. Does it need to be a div? Take a look at the demo again. Even though technically it didn't work. Demo. So they have auto. Oh, okay. Right. This is what I get for not looking. So you do autoplay. And we need our normal swipeable view. So we need to do basically this. And I'll replace those single quotes, which are from Satan himself. I totally don't have strong opinions about anything ever. I pull this in. All right. So that should sort that one out. Okay, maybe this isn't so bad. Maybe it has to do with this styling. Okay, it doesn't have anything to do with that styling. Maybe it has to do with something from this styling. What if I just ripped this out? And then I set the height, because I haven't set the height on the swipeable view yet, so it's probably having issues with that. So I do need to set that in the slide container. Component API. Do they have a height? They do not. But if I did style, height of 600 pixel, this is technically 600. Okay. Axis. Configure instructions formatted, put single quotes everywhere. Oh my god, no. The actual, what? It's default to X though. So, what the? Okay. Why? Why do you even have overflow? Why are you showing the overflow stuff? Overflow hidden. It's not even that, it's just this. Overflow hidden. But then showing it on individual items too. Okay. That's because it is technically overflowing. Okay. Legend says the carousel only works when using single quotes. I hate you so much. What a little shit. So it's not scaling down the image. Okay. I don't understand why it's so difficult for every single one of these implementations to just get it right. Just once. So we have slides. So we need to set individual slide heights as well. Okay. Let's see. So if I do slide, right? And then we do a height of 600 pixel. I refresh. No. No, that would be too good to be true as well. Okay. What is this view? That's React Native. I don't need to care about that. They're literally just using divs. So do we need to like wrap this in a box? not a box. Box. Do we need import box? No, I have box. We have box at home. Okay. So for this, we have where'd it go? Personalized pattern. All right, let's try this. Styling. We're gonna set max height 600 pixel. Object fit. Scale down. Max width 100%. What if I eliminated them? What if I do that? Overflow. Hidden. Overflow. Hidden. Why isn't it scaling down? Please tell me. Is it an overflow on this? Overflow hidden. So it's an overflow on the box because it's not scaling down like it should be. Is this even 600? It is. So we changed this to just a max width of 100%. Why isn't it applying to... Okay. Then if I do height of 100%, we're getting closer. Now can I eliminate the overflows? Can't eliminate it there yet. Okay. So we're getting closer. Height of 100%. So let's change that to height of 600 pixel. What the fuck? I'm honestly completely speechless. I'm just. I just want to see something. If I literally eliminate all of this, what happens? Okay. They're a consistent sizing. So there's something about when I throw it in that carousel and it starts doing the absolute positioning that freaks it out. Okay, what if I do this? That works as expected. Oh, that's optional. Don't give me that. You're optional. Nice. Okay, that's really cool. Thanks, Vivaldi, on that. I really like when I don't even have a tab selected and it marks it as, hey, do you want to clear this? And when I cancel it, it nukes it. What the app is about, it's not an app. Look at the Twitch description. Sorry, I'm just really tired. I don't have the patience to describe what this is about. Maybe there's somebody else that does. I don't. I'm sorry. Thank you. I appreciate the fact you're asking the question, but I've lost my mind. So it has nothing to do with you. I'm sure you're a great person. All right, let's look at transition. We're just gonna do a fade. I don't even care anymore. And if somebody, when this is open source, if somebody wants to do a pull request where they have a working carousel and it looks nice and fancy and the code doesn't suck, I am 100% on board. MUI. Can I see it just here? Thank you. MUI material fade. We need use state from React. All right. We're gonna have two things. We're gonna have const, and it's going to be right. Current index. Set current index from use state of 0. Because our current index is just going to be a default of 0. This is a number. Stop yelling at me about it. Its value is never read, I know. Okay, next what we're going to do is we're going to have a couple buttons, probably somewhere. The way we're probably actually going to do it is a stack. we are going to have a stack of direction row. I need to pull it. Actually, I'm already pulling in stack. We're going to pull in that stack. Do you like typing by yourself without completion? Yes, I actually find completion a lot of the times gets in my way. Because it has the tendency, well, to complete in the middle of me trying to type what I'm wanting to type. And then it ends up screwing up what I'm wanting to type, and I have to clear out the actual completion. I think there's a way I could set it to like not do that. And plus there's a way of like having it do a timeout first. But I don't have a rebuttal, but laziness. So, all right. So what we're gonna want to do is have two buttons, right? So we're gonna want to pull in the material icons as well, which are probably somewhere. It'll be fast for me to Google material icons. MUI. Yep, here we go. Okay. So we need to pull in those material icons. Material icons, arrow. So import. I have not tried either of those. I'm not actually familiar with either of those. If you would like to let me know what they are. We're going to have arrow back, arrow forward from at MUI icons material. Okay, so we have those. We need button, right? Import. I'll clean up all the imports after MUI material button. Copilot is the GitHub licensed one that completely ignores licensing. Oh, are you talking about the AI stuff? Is that what you're talking about? No, I wouldn't dare use any of that. Because, like, yeah, like Sarah had mentioned, it completely ignores licensing. It just generates stuff and completely rips off people's intellectual property and ideas and their creative solutions for solving things. And I think that's pretty bullshit. So I think people worked really hard for that, and I think they deserve a lot of credit, and frankly I think they deserve the licensing for it as well, where applicable. And unfortunately they aren't getting that. So variant is going to be outlined with icon, which is going to be here. It's actually icon button, so I need to fix that import. So import, excuse me, icon button. From buttons, move this down. I guess there's no variant. Well, maybe there will be. So the first thing we're going to do, and yes, I know I don't have any click handlers for this. Do not care yet. I just want the UI to, let the layout to work. So we're going to want arrow back. So we have that. Next, we're going to have arrow forward. We don't need the stack here. Okay, so we have all that. We don't need to create lightbox images for every single item. We only need to do it for the image that is currently selected. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to, where is it? Fade. Do we not have it anywhere? Excuse me. Fade. We're going to rip this out. We're going to copy this directly. We're going to then rip this out and move it up here. I'm going to have to update that code. That's fine. I'm going to clean that up. So we have fade, just from transitions. So we need to do a fade in, fade out. How will we handle that? Technically, we could do it based on the on load, but I always want it to fade out and fade in. Oh, they do have an add end listener, so we could do a fade out, and then when it ends, we immediately start a fade in, and that'll show the new image. So we wait until it ends. Okay. And the appear will indicate whether or not we need to actually show it. All right. Or easing. Or in. We'll have to tweak with that. Or tweak that a bit. All right, so this isn't needed. Do you have our current index? We have our images. We're gonna do const current image is a string equal to images at the current index, right? We're gonna have its name, which is gonna be based on the current image, and then splitting that so we have the image name. Index is going to be current index. We might not even need to change that, but it might be nice to make sure that React redraws it. We have our image source, which is going to be current image. And that should do the trick. We aren't using fade yet. We might use box and the other stuff. Let's just do an npm run develop. Let's look up tab 9 though. Tab 9. So it's basically a paid version of AI completion. Well, I guess it depends on. Oh, thanks. So tab 9's AI code completion model can be run locally on your machine and never shares your code or uses it to train our public code AI model. Tab 9's team learning algorithm stores all your AI training data locally on your machines, helping ensure compliance while providing you and your team with complete control and custody of your data. So to me, this sounds like, well, I still think you could run into licensing issues if locally you are training it against code that isn't your own. However, I would say that compared to GitHub, this is certainly a better model to go with because of the fact that you could theoretically have it only train against your code by only ever maybe using tab 9 against your code. Like, I'm not really sure how it would work. What's the pricing model though? Per month per seat. Is that like per user? Completion's based on public code. Oh, okay, so they're ripping off public code as well for free. Nope. This is the same problem. Yeah, exactly. All right, so this is the first image, which is great. So next what I want to do is have a function here. So let's have a couple functions. And technically, I know I could have a class, and I might end up doing this as opposed to a React functional component. but you could also have a class that then extends a React component class, and then what you do is you build upon that and then have private functions and private variables and that sort of stuff. Joket says, yo Josh, hello, and On says, hello chat. Welcome. So what we're going to do here is we need one function for setting the index, right? Or I guess it would be our click handler. So what we would have is, I guess, navigate is equal to a function that takes in, I would say, a Boolean. No, actually, let's have it be a current index of a number. And then what we're going to do is if current index is equal to 0, so on the first item, then our, actually, you know what? We can make this a ternary operator. So we're going to do const new index is equal to, and if current index is equal to 0, then, oh, actually it can't be a const, because if we're on the last item, then we need to make sure we go to the first item. So set this as an empty new index. New index is equal to images.length -1. Go to the last item, else if current index is equal to images.length. So if we're on 0 and we have 2, then we have to subtract 1. On last item, oh, you know what? We don't need our current index. What we need is direction as backwards. You could use a Boolean here. I want to be clear in our direction, so I'm going to use backwards here. So if our current index is 0, then we're going to need to do, oh, you know what? If direction is equal to backwards. We'll clean up this logic in a moment, but if we're on our first item. So then we could do if, so we'll do new index is equal to current index is equal to 0. Our new index is going to be the length -1. Otherwise, it's going to be current index -1. If the, so else, so it's going to be forwards. New index is equal to, if current index is equal to, so if we're on 2, that's 1. Images.length -1. So we're on our last item. We're going to go to 0. Otherwise, it's going to be current index +1. Okay. So we have that. So that defines what our current index is. So we're going to do set index. So set current index to new index. This is without any of our fade effects, but it's a good start. Then what we need for our icon button is an on click. For an object, I want to say I could just do it as backwards and then on click forward. Let's see. The whiskey's starting to get to me as well. Too many re-renders. Oh. proof I could still code with Whiskey though. Except for the carousel part. Alright, so this works. Nice. I mean, it looks like ass, right? But that's okay. Still already works better than fucking the other carousel stuff. Okay, now let's work on fade. So how are we gonna do this? Can we use state multiple times? Const is transitioning, set is transitioning is equal to use state false. Because I feel like at this point you might be better off using a class and then setting multiple. But this might work. So we're gonna do set is transition to true. Even took you less time. I know. How sad is that? So if we do set is transition to true, that should theoretically update our is transitioning model. So what we're going to do is have a fade. Let me double check the... oh, here, let me move this up here. So we need to do a fade in. Technically it needs to be a fade out, not in. So weirdly enough, it's like we have to do a pure false, right? Is transitioning. So we have this. So if we always have it when it's... Oh, I know what we could do. Const handle fade end is equal to a function like this, right? And then what we do is if is transitioning, then we will set is transition to false. So maybe we could do a inverse up. Hold on. So we have a fade. Oh. We have a add event list, add end listener of this. Up here is going to be, so perform the intertransition. Let's do in. Perform the intertransition when it first mounts if in is also true. I don't know if this is right. I don't think it's gonna be right. No, I didn't think so. I'm not sure what that issue is though. Let's fix this though. Because technically on What? Hey KP. Let's refresh. If we go this way. So it has to do with fade. On the transition utils, the reflow issue. What if we nuke this? So we can't. Oh. So it's not that. It's not fading though. Okay, so we click the button, right? Then sets the transition to true, which sets our is transitioning to true. We then have appear, which is not transition. We then have in. So well, no, because appear should do the trick as well. Let's do timeout of 5,000. I know it's really long. I just want to see if it works. KP, it's been a long time since I joined Josh's stream. Yeah, well, I mean, to be fair, I only streamed once prior to this, which was Sunday. And that was like the first one in like several months, so I don't blame you. Why? Okay. Here, let's see, in is equal to is transitioning. So it has to do with that in operation. Yeah. What? Is transitioning. What if we didn't do this? Missed quite a few code streams. Oh yeah. Well, I hate to say it, but I don't think those are ever gonna be uploaded anywhere. Unless I could get away with uploading them to one of the was it PeerTube sites? Maybe one that doesn't care as much about copyright. Because I'm not uploading content to Odyssey, because I stopped using Odyssey because of some of their behavior and very sexist remarks and remarks that were very unprofessional, and also remarks that were basically, how do I phrase this? Casting a bad light on people with like mental disabilities and that sort of thing, and disorders and all that, and not really my cup of tea, you know. I get that YouTube sucks, which by the way, on my YouTube channel, I do have the first Budgie side stream when I was working on this, the Buddies of Budgie, if you're interested. But like, yeah, I get that YouTube sucks. They kind of screw people over. DMCA stuff sucks. Yeah, I know. I haven't updated my BRB scene yet to not have Odyssey there. Yeah. It's been one of the things I want to get around to. So why isn't this working? But unfortunately, I still have all the Odyssey content that was going to be editing. I still have all that locally, so maybe I could figure something out. I'm not sure anybody really cares at this point, to be honest. we all know how it turned out. No matter how much progress I made, I'm gonna have to rewrite all of it to EFL anyway. So who really cares? So if I eliminated, so we're not even doing the end transition bit. So is transitioning would be false, which would mean appear would be true, and in would be false. So it would automatically be true. So then when we click on the button to move, what would happen is that would set transition to true, which would make it not appear, and a transition in. But maybe we don't even have this. Let's refresh. I feel like it's not doing anything. So in would indicate basically whether or not it's showing. In is transitioning. Cannot read property null for is transitioning. But so it only happens when we click it. So we don't even have this. We just have set is transition. What if we did is transitioning? So we invert it rather than just blanket setting it to true. What if we don't set it at all? So they're basically doing the same thing. They're inverting that, and for check, they're indicating whether or not it should be shown. So for them, fade in so surely if this is transitioning and we're setting it to use state of false, then it shouldn't show at all. Like ever. Right? And then onChange just inverts it. I literally have this open in two different places now. Let's close this one. they have a switch. And on that switch, they have checked. Just checked. So we just set current index. Oh, which then redraws it, which then I think triggers everything else. If I did this, set its transition to true. I don't think this is gonna work at all, but I want to try it anyways. No. Something to do with... Is it get transition props? God, I hate these sort of websites. Stupid fucking issue explorer thing. Oh, that didn't help me at all. Grow API. What's Grow API? Oh, here. It's also used in drawer. Apply the following props on drawer or any model-based dialog, based component, e.g. dialog, to disable transitions while it's running tests. So they have a disable transitions prop, which disables border, hides backdrop. What? And why is it needing to manipulate scroll top anyways? Let's see. Reflow, node.scroll top. It's like everything is just wanting to fight me today on this. It's kind of unbelievable, actually. Does it happen with something that isn't fade? It would be faster for me to implement on carousel using direction up in checked container. Oh, I guess we don't have a container as a reference. Do we need that? Container. What's container ref? Yeah, it doesn't know what container ref is. Well, that's what happens when they half-ass their freaking code examples. I guess hot editing code sandbox. Container ref is use ref of null. And then the wait, what? So the container is the box which the content is in, so it would be the stack. Right? So we need to pull and use ref. So if we did ref is equal to this. Child requirements, forward the style. Okay. Forward the ref. Like, oh, thanks for the stream. Yeah, no problem, HP. I'm going to be ending soon. I'm not sure how much more of this I could actually handle. Slide relative. To the container. But how do you pick which item is the current thing that's being transitioned? Oh, interesting. To unmount. If we drop this, drop this, and this from our stack. Let's try this again. Our image is gone now, so that's the thing. Okay. Let's not transition from, well, let's do this. Set timeout of this. Then I have two, literally 1 second. I'm not personally saying 1 second. It still isn't fucking working. Fuck you. Honestly. Alright. No transition for you. I don't care anymore. I just don't. I just don't. If people want it, they could submit a pull request when it's all said and done. I'm not screwing with this more. Refresh. Okay. Of course, that doesn't work now. Because why would it? Set current index to new index. Refresh this again. Okay, so that works. Now we need to fix the stack. So that means the buttons. So let's go to button, sizes. Oh wait, no, we need to go to stack here. Aligned items to center. I'm going to justify content as center. We're going to have spacing for now of just 1. See how this works out. Okay. Right. I was kind of hoping it would, at the very least, oh, is the playlist done? No. There we go. It's because of this. It's because of the image. So if we did something where we did styling of max width to, I don't know, 90 VW. Or 90% actually. What? Oh, I guess we are putting this within the context of this container. So it is limited in size, especially. Container. Let's fix this up. So we'll do a container here of medium size. We're gonna rip out container here for now. Okay. That's better. Not quite where we want it. So now it's limited to... what is it limited to, actually? The stack, I guess? So we have the stack. No, the stack takes up the full thing. This takes up the space we expect it to. Then we have this container, which takes up full width. Right. What if I did... Doubt this is gonna work. Okay. We're gonna eliminate that. Change nothing. Stack of row, center line, justify. Yeah, I have been live for 6 hours and 43 minutes. You were absolutely right, Sarah. Apparently you're my break bot now. I'm surprised you haven't done like hydrate yourself with blah 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 blah. Sponsored by Sprite. Which apparently I could just pour over myself. Because that's me with whiskey. Yeah. Ah, cool, refreshing Sprite. I don't know what the motto is. Sprite. Because it's Sprite. I don't know. Hydrate or dihydrate. Nice. Okay, honestly, what in the fuck is going on here? Let's see. So we had this stack, right? We have a button. We have this root. And then we have... Oh no, we have, that's why, fuck's sake. Go on refresh, thank you. I feel like those would look better on the bottom though than on the sides. Maybe. Let's look at mobile. You can tell that one hasn't been refreshed. Oh my god. Yeah, okay, so that needs to be fixed. 90%. %? I don't fucking know. Just throwing numbers out. Sure, whatever. There. What? Okay. Probably on the bottom, just to keep it simple. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna have a stack. Within that stack, we are gonna have, I guess, just our light box. Come to think of it, we'll have our light box. Right, and then within that, we'll have another stack that's gonna be a row with our 2 buttons. That's going to be within this. Okay. So that's a good start. Next we need to do max width of, I don't know, 100% for now. We could do the breakpoints in a moment. But of course, you know, why would that work? Because that would actually be useful. So let's do object fit of scale down. Which of course it wouldn't, because again, that would be useful. That somehow made it worse. Okay, sure. We have scale down, max width of 100%, which is of the parent container, not of the viewport. It's not even setting the object fit. What the fuck? Excuse me. All right, fine. Object fit of an optional string. And then we'll do, all right, we don't even have, oh, that's why, hold on. Fix that. And then we're gonna do this image okay, there we go. Max width We'll figure that one out, but let's drop the height requirement. Okay. Finally, something that works. Okay. But of course, that looks the way it does. So what we need to do is a margin inline start of auto. Refresh. Oh, actually, it needs to be just margin inline. Margin inline. Oh, no, this one. Okay. You as an image, you literally have margin inline. You should be centering yourself. But I'm gonna guess this isn't a display flex, which means margin inline isn't gonna work. Margin left, maybe margin right, margin right. Okay, what if I had display inline flex? Of course that wouldn't work. That would be too useful. This is taking up right. So this light box okay, there we go. Now what happens when I switch over to the other image? No, you are so close to working. Why can't you stay working? What the fuck? Come on. I bet it's the display. Now if you refresh. Okay. All right, next we're gonna need some padding. And you know what? It's just gonna make more sense to move the stack to inside this container. And what we're gonna do is move this in, fix the indenting here, and then have a spacing of 2. Maybe 4. Okay. And then on this stack, we need to have a spacing, well actually we need to have like a SX styling, margin bottom of 2 vertical, viewport height. I almost said vertical height again. Which apparently that's not gonna work either, so clear that out and do this. Okay, that looks fine. The height's changing though. This is how we're gonna solve it. There. Now it's not like moving around and all that shit when we're changing it. Which is good. Okay. That's like basically good enough material. So for these buttons, let's add some spacing as well. Spacing of 2. That's gonna be a bit annoying on mobile. Let's increase it. Increase it to 4. Fine. Okay. What we could eventually do as well is implement the timeouts and all that. This needs to be fixed. The backdrop. Okay, that's not scaling down. There we go. Okay. That works now. So we're not getting clipping of the image for the backdrop. And what's great about this is we'll be able to use this lightbox image component because we'll be using MDX or Markdown with like the React extension stuff. Theoretically, we'll be able to use this lightbox image component. Obviously, we'll have to see in practice whether or not it's useful. But so we have so far. Let's fix up the coloring, I think. No, we just need to make that bold. All right, and then we'll finally be done for today. So we need to do a font weight, a bold. There we go. It's like waiting. It's like, is it gonna happen? We need to have a background color. So that should be on. Oh yeah, I guess we moved the container. Oh. Okay, we're gonna have to do a box. Within that box, we have a container. Within that container, we have a stack. Okay, so we have a box. In this box, we have a background color of the theme, which we aren't actually pulling. Oh, here we are. Okay. Const theme is equal to use theme. Theme dot palette. Oh, I guess we're not really. We'll do a cream color of this. It doesn't exist there. About like this. Fine, fuck you. Do it on my own then. I don't even think it's that actually. What color is it? F5, F5. Okay, so it's actually just our light. Theme dot primary dot light. Hold up, what? with 100%. Excuse me. Why is, okay, there must be somewhere, let's check index. I think it's an issue in index. We have our personalized banner. All right, so we have this container, full HD, personalized banner, and then we have our, no, so it should be fine. Then we have here, we immediately have a box. Then within that box, we have a container. Have this, we have root. Max width of, okay, let's try max width of 100%. What? So it literally, so it uses all the system props. Where is it getting that from? I go to components. So we have this personalized banner, right? Route handler, page render, index, page, theme provider, theme, blah, 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 blah. We have this baseline. We have this container here. So we collapse it, and then we have this. So it's definitely being applied on this box. What if we just have a container? A container within a container within a container. Actually, it's a stack within a container within a container. Come on, compile. Okay, that is not working somehow. All right. Max width of, can I just put 100%? Will that work? My God, it did work. Can I eliminate this then? Fuck you, it'll work. Okay, we're so close. Oh, we could disable max width. That's what's going on here. Okay. So that's fine now. It's still yelling at me about it, even though it's wrong. So what we need now is, why isn't it? What? That should have spacing. All right, let's try this. Margin bottom 2VH. But it's not even applying it. What? Why? Padding Y. I don't think that's a valid value. it isn't. Okay. Padding 2vh0. Close. I feel like this needs. There we go. Okay, so if I eliminated this. No, I need to reintroduce that as padding. And then margin of what VH0. Oh, not margin, just margin block. No, I guess it would just be margin. Two, maybe. Reduce this by 1. Okay. Well, let's see how it looks on mobile. Let's refresh. Okay. It's not terrible. I need to fix this up. Like, it's not amazing, okay? I'll admit that. It's not gonna blow anyone's minds. But at the same time, it's also not gonna take 10 seconds to load with, 10 megabytes of assets either, so there's that. Like this, I'm kind of iffy on, which I think is probably understandable. This I'm fine with. This is probably my favorite part, to be honest. Besides this, the header. This part is kind of up in the air, but we could always iterate on that. So, I mean, I guess when it comes to the about section, I think that would be mostly talking about it being open source and the GitHub info or something, maybe. Dive into the Git Budgie. I feel like the Git Budgie section would probably be the next best thing to work on, because that is where we had the clearest path going forward, right? So actually, let's see what this looks like on 4K resolution. It should be right in the middle. Yes. Now, I'm not shitting on any work by comparing this, okay? Because please bear that in mind, because I was the person that worked on this, all right? But if I go to the Git Source website, you could see it kind of scales all the way out, and you have offset indentation on this side. This side kind of looks odd. This is fine-ish, right? I didn't know about any of this because I didn't have a 4K monitor, and responsive design only tells you, like, the responsive design feature in Chrome only informs you so much about how this is going to look, including like this, right? And this isn't really, like, it's okay. It was good for its time a few years ago. Nowadays, not so much. This is kind of what I want to go with, though. And it's what you see with other projects too. So you have like a 4K, it's kind of hard to tell. Let me do this. Have increase the image sizes. Yeah, I could do that. That shouldn't be too difficult. I could use the use media query and resize them. That shouldn't be too bad. Repeating, including the notifications view. Yeah, I could do that. I mean, because we already have that image. The reason why I didn't want to include the image of what we have on the Budgie's a Budgie one is because it uses Plata. And I just want to update it to use Materia. So that's what I'll do. Yeah, I could do that. So we have like the full Budgie image here. And then obviously you click on these and get the full scale at the highest resolution. And then the Ubuntu Budgie one is tiny little image. This needs to be fixed evidently. So I need to unbork that. Push to prod. Yeah. No. So what we'll probably work on next is the Get Budgie page. And the reason for that is I have a clear idea of what that's gonna look like. You know, we'll talk about Solus, Ubuntu Budgie, Gecko Linux. We'll have a section probably for Arch Linux / Endeavor. I'm not sure what I'm going to do for both of those because obviously at Cerebit, as you know, Endeavor, they provide the Calamares installer for those that aren't familiar with Endeavor OS. And there you can kind of point and click and just choose Budgie Desktop. And unfortunately, that also includes Budgie Extras. When you click on all of the Budgie Desktop, I didn't even know that until I clicked on it. And I was like, what is all this extra stuff? Budgie Extras. What's all this extra stuff that's on my system, and why is everything breaking, and why do I have debus timeouts and a bunch of stuff that's calling debus when it shouldn't, and so on and so forth? Why is my desktop completely broken? It turned out it's because I installed Budgie Extras. That's not me hating on Budgie Extras. That's just me being honest with what my experience was with Endeavor OS. And I had like random stuff like the window shuffler UI thing enabled and so on and so forth. Anyways, so how I'm going to discern that versus Arch, where you have a certain package set that you install, I'm not sure yet, but we'll figure that one out. In terms of when I next stream, I'm not sure. It might be Saturday or Monday. We'll figure something out. Shouldn't be too long from now though. And of course, I'll still be working on it as I need to fix this too. I'll still be working on it like offline and all that. But yeah, so far I think I've made some good progress. Obviously, I need to fix the thing here. It looks fine. If I do this. And so yeah. Rambling aside, because I'm completely brain dead at this point. Budgie used to be my preferred desktop like 2018. I just don't know how things will work with touchscreen laptops and the trend towards 3x2 and 19x10. You mean 16x10? More of the site next stream, yes. So the next time I stream will also be more of the Budgie's a Budgie website. Because I mean, we still have tons of work, right? Because if you think about it, we then have to build an entire documentation center, which is not going to be trivial work whatsoever. On a super wide screen, no questions asked, Budgie all the way. I mean, I'm rocking this on a, I don't know if this is 16:9. I think it's 16:9 monitor. It's fine. Like it's not, like I don't really have any complaints about it. I think, well, I take that back. My biggest complaint about it would be the fact I don't have the tiling capabilities, but that's something that's being worked on Git actually. So yeah, worth bearing that in mind. But it's been a long stream. It's been 7 hours. I didn't expect to stream this long. That's for damn sure. I was expecting to stream for like 4 hours, to be honest. Not 7, but you know, that's how things go. But I want to thank you all for tuning in, asking questions, following, all that kind of stuff. And kept me entertained during work. Well, I'm glad. So I'm going to go die now. So RIP. You don't plan for any type of convergence? Fuck no. No. I'm perfect. I'll say this much. I am perfectly happy with adding touch support for clicking elements on Budgie if you happen to be using it on a 2-ed one. You flip over the display for a yoga, as an example, and maybe swipe gestures from the side so you could swipe in Raven. And I have some ideas for Budgie 11 that I'm not going to get into, but in terms of libhandy support and making Budgie scale down to mobile and all that kind of stuff, not in a million years. So you don't have to worry about that. Yeah, I want to thank you all for tuning in, and I will see you all next time. So goodbye.